How you guys doing? It's Saturday night on Gold Rush and welcome back to Leaderboard 31 with me, Hybridsteel. Today we're going to be doing some digging, some more digging, and probably washing some dirt stuff as well, which basically means we're going to be digging, and it's all good. Basically back onto the leaderboard scroll. I'll get into it again, show you where I am, show you how much I've got, so on and so forth, and then we'll just carry on. Not much has changed since yesterday though, because I've had quite a busy day. So we're sort of catching play up. We're catching up right now. Yeah, apart from that, we're all right. So tomorrow's going to be very much the same. Like tomorrow, I've got like a lot of I've got stuff to do during the day, and then I'm playing catch up. So let's go to the leaderboard, see where I'm at. I am at place number 30. As you can see, people are starting to take the. They're starting to take the form of getting up there and going as fast as possible and so on and so forth. So, yeah. It's all fun and games. As said, I am playing catch-up because, joys of like the weekend and having stuff to do is I have to do stuff first. So, we'll get there eventually. We'll be alright. Let me just toggle my squares because these are the ones we're going to be attacking. I can't remember where I'm up to. I think, yeah, I'm up to these ones. So we should be alright. Evening, hope you're doing well. I'm doing good, thanks Dave. Most appreciated. So, this is the row I'm working in. We'll get there. Get some lights going. And then back to... Oh, hold on, camera. There we go. Okay, I did fill this up, that's fine. Excellent, right. I filled this up before I went out this morning, and it was like, I forgot I did it. So here we go. Let's carry on digging. If you can hear game audio and everything else, let me know. Make sure all the levels are all right. Apart from that, we're all good. Back to the mine again. So yeah, I've only got a couple of rows to go. Like it's literally just down to really just going for like the big gold now. No game audio, you don't think? Well, it is there. I think I just turned it down. Give me a sec. Settings, sound. Yeah, it's a 40%. 50. That should be okay. Should be just trundling by. It'll be quite in the back. You winning? No, mate. I haven't been here all day. So like, there was a massive push of like people are way ahead of me. I think I'm 30th right now. I'm like 4,000. So this is. I know some people work a lot faster than others. Is this a relatively big target for someone who's been on the game for 3 days? Is that like 3 days worth of grinding, or do you think something fishy there? I'm only asking you, Split, because you have a lot more experience in this than I do. Considering everybody else is around the same sort of number in the top 10, apart from one person who has just like gone fast. And I don't know this person, so I can't judge. It just looks odd. Just me though. For a good player, not really too crazy. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with this, because obviously everybody's on the same gold map, so I'm going to assume basically what they did was they cut these 6 squares out, or this row out completely, and then just went basically straight to Nighthawk. So I get it. I was just, you know, when you sit there and just go, it doesn't seem right, but you know what I mean. You know, I think it's just me just questioning things as normal, but yeah, it just looked odd to the sort of like the me who is untrained eye. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Hope everyone's doing well on their lovely Saturday. If you are working, you have my sympathies. because obviously the weekend should be the weekend where you just chill out, hang out, be good. For me, I'm cutting up until I get past the big squares, and then I should have enough money to just straight up go to Nighthawk. So I only need like to cut out 2 more rows, and then I'm off to Nighthawk, and then I'm going to start sort of crapping myself of how much money I'm not earning. So yeah, it's all good. I have got one person working on one of my TDJ sluices now, so now it's just a case of just earning cash and just getting up there. CG, how you doing, buddy? Thank you very much for being here. But yeah, I'm only using the excavator just to get this first section out of the way, because it was obviously the cheaper option. And then, depending on how Nighthawk sort of treats me, is depending on what I do. I am thinking of just doing the Frankenstein maneuver thing again, but like putting a lot more time and effort into it, because, like I said, when I was doing this in my last season, I spent a long time just faffing around. So now it's more just sort of getting into it and just going for it. I did 5 hours today, enough of it. Oh, I'm going to be doing, what is it, 6:45 now. I've got like 5 hours now, and then I've got like a long day tomorrow, and then I'll be back on it. So when I get back from whatever I'm doing, I'll probably just be playing, and then in the evening I'll be back to streaming it again. So I'll be playing. I'm playing catch up for about a week, roughly. It is depending on how fast I can get to Nighthawk and how fast I get these next 2 rows done. So the next 2 rows I would like to get done in the next like 5 hours. That'd be nice. And then we just go for it, basically. And I know I'm not like I know I'm not the fastest person, but this time I'm not questioning as much. So I'm not sitting here just going, well, you know, I can't do this and I can't do that. Now it's more like I know sort of what I'm doing. I just need to get faster at what I do. Setting up the wash plant. I mean, admittedly, setting up in this like sort of bowl design was a bit of a pain, but I managed to do it quicker than I did before, which was nicer, because then I sort of realised, oh, I've got to do this and I've got to do that. So yeah, I'm figuring out a little bit more now. Cozy Diver, how you doing? Loving the Out of All, thanks. All good, thank you very much for even just watching. Yeah, at the moment I'm currently just sort of stopped on Out of All because of this. So yeah, doing good, no worries. I'll be alright. I said, I'm not in this to... So the way I look at leaderboards, and I said this in my last season, I'm here to, number 1, enjoy the game. Number 2, a little bit of a push because it's competitive and it's more fun. But I'm not here to go, yeah, I'm the best gold miner in the world. I will beat everybody. Because that's not me. I'm literally here just to play the game and enjoy it and see how well I do. I will take shortcuts if I can, and I will do certain things if I can. But I don't really give a flying damn what everybody else is doing or thinking. It's just when you see like one person above everybody else, you're like, okay, cool. That's what I had to check. But everybody else seems to be on sort of par of where, if I was on Nighthawk now, that's where I would be, you know. But I do take my time a little bit too much. Like this bit right now, what I'm doing. So one side's going to flip out, which is that side, and then the other side won't. So yeah. See, it's changed. Get bored? No, I don't normally get bored. So for me, playing the game is just a way of I just have fun on it. Sounds weird, I know, but yeah, I like it. So the reason if I stop playing Gold Rush like leaderboards is mainly because I'm back to testing on Hybridsteel, which, you know, I've said this over the last couple of days. I don't know if I'm going to be pulled in. If I do, then I do, and if I do, then Gold Rush stops for me, and I'll just say, hey, you know, that's where I'm up to. And I'll just carry on with life, which means Out of All becomes more of a thing. Basically, with an Out of All video, I can do sort of like a 5-hour stream in the morning or afternoon or whatever, you know, aside the audio popping occasionally. And I can just kick back and enjoy it and be happy. And then in the afternoon and evening times, I'd be testing. So we'll see how things go. Mystic, thank you very much for subscribing. A boom to you, sir. Welcome to the Hybridsteel channel. Hi. Welcome. When I stop enjoying it is when I stop. Yeah, I get you. That happens a lot to me when I'm playing different games in general. Like, a lot of the games I play are, well, I mean, they're not the greatest of games in the world, are they? But, you know, they'll be alright. Right, let me just go and pop the bucket back up here. I know. Oh, you need to be doing this. But it's alright, we've got this now. So I have got one, if I just get lucky. So my luck, I'm hoping my luck will change and I'll be like, I've got 2 people working STGJ and I've got 1 person working the other sluice and I'm good. If they are the first few people that come in to work for me, then I'm just going to be happy, you know. Get the duplex jig worker as well and we'll be fine. So I'm just sort of glad that I'm able to actually just do this now and be like, hey, it's so much faster than it was before. Oh, and I saw your post on Discord split about people moaning about how they legitimately get staff. Yeah, I completely agree with you. People are idiots. Well done. But it's just because what you do is just a strategy. You put a piece of equipment out, somebody's going to come on and work on your land, and they want to work for that one piece of equipment. It's fantastic. So that's all you have to do. It's not a glitch. You're still having to pay for shit. I got bored waiting for people to play at my level on leaderboards was pointless. Yeah, that's fair. That is because you are like superstar. Why is this? Oh, I keep forgetting to turn this crappy thing off. Damn it. I know, I haven't turned on my power. I've got this feeling split, and I know, you know, I don't think anybody's ever going to get to the standard you set as like top. It's just not going to happen. How you doing, Gadfield? Welcome in, by the way. Might help if I put a bucket there. It's going to be really annoying. See, I know what I should be doing whilst this is working. I should be stripping those off. Oh, just jump up. Why not? Don't know. I gave people years. Was time to retire from Leaderboard. Yeah, I get it. As said, I play just for playing the game, really, because like for me, playing it on my own is boring, you know, and I'm not a big fan of just sort of like. I mean, I think I've played the game enough to go through. I've gone through it a couple of times, and I've just sat and just gone, I don't really want to do this again. But for some reason, playing Leaderboard, it just gives me, I don't know. It's like if I want to stop, I can just stop. Want a tip? Yeah, go for it, man. Save you massive time? Go for it. I wish these would clip in better, if I'm going to be honest. Don't clean out the mats under the grates, just start running out, only clean out. Just start running, only clean out the ones that rotate again. Yeah, my problem is like right now is these ones don't clean out yet. They're not rotating because I've only got one person working in STG, the actual jig, which sucks. Those ones I do, those ones I don't. So I just need another worker to work them. It's my fault that I've only got one person. just need to wait for it. But yeah, it's my fault entirely. Basically, I've only got one person working it. I'll go and check my staff to see if another one's turning up. You know, I'm sort of living in sort of hope. But right now, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I know. I'll get there eventually. Like I said, I mean, worst comes to worst is I pull one person up and he's level 70. I'll just retrain him. I'm not really. Yeah, because that's what happened to me on the last version. It was, I think the second guy was like the last person I actually got, which took a really long time for me to get. What I want to do is just sort of get to Nighthawk and I'll be happy again. Like digging there is everything that's fine. Right, take that off, throw it over there, do this. No, pick that up, you donut. Immatrix, how you doing, bud? Thank you very much for kicking by. Oh. Right, we'll chuck this. Oh no, we won't chuck that in there. What I'll do is I'll take these over here. Do. Oh yeah, now I've got to turn the power on. Right, that fills up. Now I've got two buckets to go and take over to the blacksmith now. Because this shit, I don't know if this is actually going to fill up the this stuff as much as it wants, but then I've got a lot of smelting to do, which is going to suck balls. Right, chuck that in there first. Stick that in there. Pick this one up. Stick that in there. Stick that in there. All good. Turn this on. Jigga 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 jigga. Boom. Put that in there. It's all good. That goes in there. Where's my final bucket with dirt in it? That's the one. And there we go. Fantastic. Unfortunately, I have got to go to the blacksmith, but I'm probably just gonna wait until I've used up all my buckets for like the magnetite. That's the stuff I'm thinking of. Yeah, I'm having a proper brain fart today. Like I think it's just because of like being on medication for the last few days, like zoning out a lot. Come on, 100. There we are. That's 2 buckets of magnetite. That's about 10,000 ounces, which is cool, give or take. 56, 53. There we go. And then this will be the last bit, and then we're done again. It's impressive. I don't want to put it in until I know it's safe. It's like 50-something% when I've got like 30. Here we go. That should do ya. Excellent. So we'll be above 500 ounces now. That's 1 bucket. That's my second bucket, and that's my magnetite. Stick that up there for a second. Wait until this turns itself off, and then we're good. 509, 510, 5. Yeah, we should be okay. If I dig through those like really healthy squares of gold now, we should be off Nighthawk this weekend easy. Well, we'll be off to Nighthawk. Easy. There, midged. There we go. Right, go and sling this in the back of my truck whilst turning off all the power and then carry on digging. That's 2. Right, start loading. Yeah, Kerry's having like she's having like a dust allergy problem right now. She got some wool from her mum's, and then it's like she's just re-balling it, and it hasn't been used for a long time. So it's just really dusty. So all you can hear in the background is the snorting and stuff because it's irritating the shit out. So yeah, if there is like sneezing and stuff, it's mainly just because she's having the reaction she has. It sucks basically because basically it sucks for her because it's a lot of dust. Oh, right, start washing. Faster, 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 faster. Almost ballsed up. Did you... I just did! Yeah. That was a proper close call, that one. That was really bad. Right, whilst that's fannying about, I'm going to go and see if we can get a staff member, see if there's actually one available. I want, in an ideal world, we want the sluice runs to be done first. Crossing my fingers. So we got one. I ain't got no one waiting. Balls to you guys. Boo earns. Boo earns. That was close. But that thing washes well fast. Like, how I did this time was I looked at how much everything was going to cost me. And I was like, you know what? I could probably rent the D-Rocker as well. So that was the first thing. I was like, you know what, I could actually probably do this. So yeah, D-Rocker was like the first thing in. I was like, you know what, I think it's going to be done. It has to go into my little list of things that I can do. Microphone. So it's all good. How you doing, Doug B? So that's washing through. I'm just going to let that go until it's done. Come on. Faster, 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 faster. But it's been alright. I mean, for the time that I played, I wouldn't say I'm doing too bad, but I think I've only put in... I haven't put in a lot of time, if I'm going to be honest. It's just because it started at a really awkward time for me. Like, kids' holiday started literally on Thursday. So I haven't been able to put in the time that I'd like to. Like, during the weeks when my kids are at school, I've got that spare time during the day. I've got the evenings and all that. But when they're at home, it's like bits and pieces, basically, which sucks a little bit. But, it's alright. Next week it should be a little bit okay. See how things go. But, yeah, at the moment I'm sort of playing between them, which it's fine. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. Keep changing my camera stupidly though. Let's go. Goddamn bugs. I did see somebody in the chat who they're using the front loader straight away, so they're coming off. Actually, I don't know where they're starting, but they're looking at this bit as where they want aim for, and I don't know how they're going down the dirt, but you know, I think it's a hard way of getting in. I don't have to worry about the school hours anymore. Mine finished heading into work, but yeah. One of your twins is now in the army. Ooh. Well, I hope he stays safe, man. Chuckling, if it was me playing, then you'd be taking everything out and processing. Well, that's, if you're playing normal, that's completely fine. If you're playing leaderboard, you can't. I mean, you have to be faster, that's the problem. And to take a whole plot out just for leaderboard, it's a little bit stupid, considering that when you look at the gold map, that's your gold. You're not going to take out all this stuff and not process it, just because there's no point. You don't want to take it all. Playing on like normal though, go for it. I mean, play Gold Rush and empty as many plots as you want. It's all good. But yeah, playing leaderboard, you can't. You generally can't spend that much time doing something, because emptying a whole plot will probably take you the whole leaderboard. And then the processing costs, like you'll probably go bankrupt before you finish one plot. But I'm doing this so I can get through this bit of land faster, and then move on to the next section. So the next section is literally the 2 rows that I'm sitting on and the one next to it. And then after I've done those rows, I should, if I've done like the calculations in my head enough, I should be on Nighthawk. Well, that's fine. Playing it offline is a completely different game to playing it online. Like, playing this game as a leaderboard thing, it's yeah, you just have to sling a lot of time into it. But you haven't got the time. You haven't got the time in leaderboard to do that. That's the worst part. I agree. Like, emptying the whole plot and so on and so forth is pretty cool, and that's a good idea, and so on and so forth. But doing it as a leaderboard thing, it's useless, because the idea is to earn loads and loads of money and just get moving and then win. Emptying a whole plot won't make you win. I'm going to finish this row, and then I'm going to do something a little bit. I think I'm going to try something a little bit different to like doing the next 2. I'll start this leaderboard, but don't know if I want to spend the time playing it. I completely agree, mate. If you're, I mean, the thing is you got a busy job. You got a long job as well. So, and I get it. You know, you're not going to want to put too much time into this if you've got a job, kids, and everything else. And as said, I find myself, I'm in that position where my circumstances unfortunately let me be able to do this. And I'd say unfortunately because, you know, in an ideal world that I'd probably be working a job and earning cash and everything, you know. So unfortunately my circumstances allow me to do this. I do find it funny when people had to go at me for like, well, you don't know the true meaning of work, and that triggers me a little bit. Did you bulldoze the area or get lucky? No, everyone's got the same. Everyone's got in the same game, so you've got this exact same area. So basically, you've got all this as well. All the gold is top level, basically, and you have to go down about a meter or so, but that's it. You'll have the exact same stuff. I would say I got lucky on Nighthawk when I was playing that last season, because I saw some people's games and it was just atrocious, And then I was like, hey, check it out, I've got all this gold on top floor. And I was like, I didn't, you know, first one in, I'm like, I can't cheat, I don't even know how to. So no, this is just how it's all set up. I don't have the same Rivertown. Really? I thought everyone had like a standard map. This isn't Rivertown. This is Pine Valley. Pine Valley was free day of. So this is what I don't get. Was Pine Valley opened just for like day oneers? Like anybody that jumped in first, we got day one, and we were on Pine Valley, because I heard that like Rivertown opened up as well, but I didn't stay. I stayed here. I just kept digging here. They switched. Yeah, and we had Pine Valley for this season, so I'm not sure why Rivertown was open. Because the first day in, like as soon as you started this game, like you were leasing Pine Valley. Like this was the place. This was the place that was open. So I don't know why people went to Rivertown. I'd go and check your leases to see if Pine Valley is open for you. But it's the same setup as last season. Because one of the people that are in my Discord showed me the map, and it was like it's the same map from last season. You started late day one. I started as soon as it clicked into, like, as soon as the season went live, I went on, and this was the least map. Why is there a pancake on top of the shooting ice helm? Because it's a streamer. There are 8 streamers in Hydroneer, like, well, streamers and YouTubers. Their icon is in Hydroneer. So the waffle is it's a streamer called Giant Waffle. That's his username. Rivertown is not worth it, only if you mess up and with that money. Yeah, I know, but if they opened up Rivertown, like, and the people who were literally on, like, as soon as the game went live, which means they tiered us off straight away. So people had to start on Rivertown, whilst the people like myself who got on straight away are able to start on Pine Valley. So I don't understand what's gone on. And it's a little bit weird. I'm thinking about it. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know what's going on. It's a shame that one of the devs isn't working, like, in this chat now, and I could ask him, like, why is it some of us are on Rivertown and the rest of us are on, like, Pine Valley? So Rivertown, with Rivertown, it's the same setup from last time. So if you mine out that top left section down the side of the map, that's going to be your main pay grade to get out and get onto Nighthawk straight away. And a little patch in the bottom right hand corner. So you shouldn't mess up. Gadfield's he's now quite experienced, so you're going to upgrade tier 4 or 5 when at Nighthawk. I go to tier 5 when I get to Nighthawk. So what I tend to do is I'll take the wash plant I've got, I'll send it to Nighthawk, and then I'll drill the map, and then I will find a nice little section with a couple of 1,000 ounces of gold, process the whole lot, and then buy all my equipment. You just started drilling. So do you remember the map from last season? So the map from last season at Rivertown is exactly the same as it was this time around. So most of the gold is down the left hand side. There's a blob at the bottom right in the middle, and then there's a blob at the bottom right hand corner, the really shallow stuff. That's basically what you're aiming. So you only have to drill the outside, like, 5 blocks all the way around the base of the map. Right, so I have 2 buckets of bloody stuff. Now we're processing. So that's 50. We only need 2 more truckfuls. Have you got the 10 hours straight achievement? No, I don't think I have. My problem is I can't do 10 hours straight because I break it up with like getting my kids and stuff from school. So I could do it tomorrow. I just leave my computer on all day. Yeah, I've done 10 hours without even being here. It's amazing. Don't forget, if you are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. That's it. Go for it. Anything else that you want to do, it's all in the description box. That's up to you if you want to support the channel. Anything else at all whatsoever. Apart from that, just hit like. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah, the problem with the 10 hour challenge for me would be that I do like 5 hours streaming in the morning. I'd go and get my kids, so I turn the game off, and then less than the 5 hours gone. Even hybrid, how I'm doing good, thanks very much, Aztec. Can you get rid of the leased wash plant from storage, or do you need to send it to storage? Basically, the idea is if you're going to lease your wash plant, you have to take it to the sell space. Every plot has one, so you would take it over to here. So if I wanted to get rid of stuff that I'm leasing, you put it in the sell space and sell it back. You don't have to lease it anymore, it's all good. What GPU got? I got a 2060 Super, and that's it. I do have another GPU, but I haven't built that computer yet, which means I'm not running it. That's a problem. I want to run it, but I need to build the computer and I need the money, so that's the downside. I'm hoping by the end of this year I will have enough. This game would be much better in multiplayer. Don't you start. Colton Moran, off to the tailings pile with you. And you're not coming back until you donate your socks. So, multiplayer, no. You're not asking for multiplayer, you're asking for co-op. Multiplayer would be pointless. You'd be sitting for 8 hours in your friend's lobby going, oh, can I do some digging? No, because it's my game. You're sitting in the rock truck. You're going to go backwards and forwards. That's you. That's why you're in this game with me. That's all you would be doing. It's a pointless thing. Stop asking for multiplayer. Also, do you know what it takes to put multiplayer into a game? I covered this in a video. And to put multiplayer into this game, they would have to completely strip down the entire game and rewrite the whole game just so you can play with your friend. What you do, go and play a game that's already got multiplayer in it. Like every other game in the entire bloody world has multiplayer right now. Because that's the base model for every game right now. So no, Gold Rush doesn't need multiplayer. Gold Rush needs people to stop moaning about multiplayer, and it needs people to just play Gold Rush. Also, please consider the fact that there is a whole new team building this game, and they don't really give a damn about multiplayer. Also, I'll go back a couple of years, the community had a choice to build multiplayer into the game or put it out for console, and guess what the community chose? That's why you have it on console. They didn't want multiplayer back then either. Yeah, multiplayer is called Leaderboard. There's no point in adding like a co-op to this game. If you want to play co-op, go and play all the other co-op games that are in the world. Gold Rush doesn't need it. It's not big enough. And I gotta be honest, I think if I joined someone's game and they were like, oh, right, I'm gonna go and dig out this area now, can you drive the rock truck? I'd be bored. Just like in real life if I went and did it. That's why rock truck drivers are a commodity in like gold mining. There's too many of them. No, it's always good for a point of conversation, and I like to hear what people say afterwards, and they're like, oh, yeah. But yeah, as far as I know it, there's no point. As far as I understand it, adding multiplayer is an actual pain in the arse when it comes to like building a game. Hydroneer, it took Max a year and a half to go through the coding with somebody else to make sure that it could be used in co-op, and the only thing that it could work on was literally the Steam co-op mode, because he tried on 4 different engines and it didn't work. I think because I mentioned that Christian was going to chuck multiplayer into Out of War. I think Max is going to have a chat with Christian about how he's implementing it, because the way that Out of War works and the way that Hydroneer works is, I'm going to say, sort of similar in the way their dirt functions work, maybe. So I think Max might be trying to sort of figure out find out from Christian how he's going to put multiplayer in, because then maybe he might be able to add it into Hydroneer properly using the engine that he is building. So I don't know, but that's the conversation I had with Max, and he was like, oh, do you know, like, because he's going to add multiplayer. It's like, maybe I should go and have a chat with him. I was like, yeah, go for it. Thing is, I talk to Max more about like Hydroneer and everything. When it comes to Out of Ore, all I know that Christian talks about is whatever split covers on his channel. I don't really know what Christian does. Like, I know he builds the game, but I don't know. I've never really spoken to him properly, apart from the issue that I've got with the game, which is a really strange one. Really strange. The problem I have with it. I get bored easy, so I change what I'm doing regularly. So someone that's just digging for me would be nice. Yeah, well, that's the problem. It's like you would just be sitting there in a rock truck, and it's boring. So I mean, for somebody who prefers to jump around and do like various different things, I wouldn't want someone doing it for me. I'd just do it myself, which is why I play the game. I like doing it myself. I do it myself. And in all honesty, it's not a very taxing game. Playing this game on your own is easy. Playing this game multiplayer, I'd be pissed off with someone. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I feel like if I did play this game with people, then I would probably get annoyed. This, for me, is like, it's sort of therapy. It's like, chill down, had a bad day, screw it, I'm going to go and dig a big hole. You know? I think I'm against my tracks. Yeah, I'm up there. Think we need to budge forward then. I don't think, well, that sounds weird, but I'm thinking, I don't think I can really scrape out a lot more. And it's time consuming, so thinking can be dangerous. I agree, it can be. Right, so I need to go up to there. So as long as my excavator can reach the side of that truck from where that is, we're all good. Right, and that one and that one. Right, we're digging all of this out. Played this game for so long and still like to play it when I chill. Yeah, same. For me, it's like, you know what? This is why I like. I like playing leaderboards because, number one, I get something to stream. So streaming is pretty fine and I'm all good. I enjoy talking to you guys about the game and everything that's going on. And in all honesty, this game is sort of, I could put myself on autopilot, play the game and talk, which is pretty handy. So for me, it's just a game that I can kick back and enjoy with. When it comes to anything I haven't really played before, I tend to focus on the game a bit more. So if I've played a game longer, then I can do more away from thinking about the game, and I can think about conversations or whatever's going on in the world. Zombie Chicken, what up still? How you doing? I'm doing alright. I haven't done a lot today, that's the problem. So I've fell back quite a bit because of like not being able to play. Goldie Dias, welcome to live stream over on Twitch. Thank you very much for kicking by. Thank you very much for following as well, that's most appreciated. Last one. So yeah, I'm 30th at the moment. The problem is I haven't cashed in for a while. So I've got 533 ounces of gold, which is over 500,000 now. So that's okay. And then I've got the 300k in my bank, so that's 800 grand. And then I'm still digging now. I've got 2 more rows to really start like capitalizing, which is where like the thicker gold is. I've only got 7 hours due to afford it. Yeah, exactly. So for me, I've got a couple more hours in it because, well, I mean, Friday was okay. Today it was, I had to go down to my in-laws, had to do a tip run for them. Basically, they're just they're looking to downsize in the next sort of, well, they're looking to downsize sort of now, but it takes a long time for like them to get their application done and stuff. So if they get rid of all their crap now, then it's easier to deal with. So they've already filled 1 skip. We did a tip run for them as well, and yeah, it feels a lot more tidier, even though they have. I don't think they've only got rid of 1 skip full, but it actually feels like they've done a fair amount of work, which is nice. I almost have tier 3 all set up on day 3. Yeah, that sounds about where I was. Apart from this, I had to get this instead. So I'm renting it all. The only things I bought are the sluices. And I bought my trommel. The reason why I bought the trommel was because that was like a spur at the moment thing. It was like, shit, I forgot to buy the trommel. So I bought it and then got it transported. And it was like 30 odd grand after transport. I boned up really. Yeah. But I was looking at how much I was putting out, and I was like, you know what, I can probably, with the amount of money you earn in this game, I could probably earn the D-Rocker as well. So that's the first thing that's in my head, like to break that cycle of things I did before. I'm doing 1 extra thing at a time. So having the D-Rocker there, I'm like, I can afford this. This is like 42 grand for like the whole setup. And then I was looking at this going, well, the next part would be like the duplex jigs, to see if I can afford those in a day as well. And the amount of gold you get from this, you're able to afford it. It's just breaking that little bit of like paranoia each time for me, like the next step I can do. But I mean, for me, like I said, I'll try and get to Nighthawk as quickly as possible, settle this McGubbins up again, and then go digging again. Basically just drill it out and be happy. But apart from that, we're okay. Start feeding. Let's get this gone. Get to the gun. Right, and go. I got about 40 seconds. So if I just get this set up. And then the last 2 rows should be a little bit easier. Boom. And the dirt is gone. Right, so that's 88%. This should finish off that section there. Should. Cross my fingers and it does, and then we're good. Then we can do another clean out quick. I stopped drilling at about 300 ounces. Yeah, same. I think I was about 320, 330 ounces, and I was like, I can't be bothering with these like 0.63 ounce nuggets. I'm like, there's no point in doing this anymore. Screw it. And I just went wash plant. But yeah, the thing I'm finding easier now is that I'm not asking myself so many more questions. Like if you go back to my first couple of days on the season last time, it was constantly like, well, I don't know if I can afford this. I don't know if I can afford that. Because I've already been through all that crap with me, then I know I can do it, and then it works out a little bit better. That's always the plus side to this. Yeah, that's swapped already. I'm literally waiting for all the other stuff to go to 100, and then we're all right. Yeah. I replaced the drill bit, and then I was like, I didn't have to. Right, so there's nothing left in there. I don't know what's left in there, so that's fine. Right, so this is cleanup number 2 in 1 day. So that's not bad. 10 truckfuls. All I do is I'm waiting for staff now. Getting to Nighthawk should be a goal number 1, yeah? Yeah, basically. You're looking to just, like, as soon as you've got a wash plant set up, your next goal after that is get Nighthawk. And then when you get to Nighthawk, the next goal is to drill Nighthawk and find, like, a nice sort of square. Maybe, like, 4 or 5 squares that are, like, you'll get a couple of 1,000 ounces of gold out of them. And then that's basically the target. How do workers work in this game? Well, basically what happens is a worker gets put onto a piece of equipment, and your worker gains whatever goes on it. Why is it so many buckets on that? Oh, I'm looking at this all wrong. But so if I've got a worker that works on this thing here, then he'll rack up and he'll be able to do another one or another bucket. So it means he can change things and I don't have to. That's the worker. Wonder how many Cheetos will get caught this month. I don't think there's any. Like, the numbers on the leaderboard look about right. The guy on top, in fairness, going by split, he's just a good player. So I'm not really worried about cheaters. Higgs Boson Matt was allowed to come back to play the game, but his score doesn't count in leaderboard. The Drews was completely permabanned. So I think that sends just a clear message. Just like this new team aren't screwing around. They're like, no, well, you know, I mean, the old team didn't really care too much after a while. Well, I don't think they ever really cared about cheaters on leaderboard. But this new team are just like, you know, I don't think it's right. So I think they're doing a good job, because they're able to just keep that sort of momentum going as well. And I know they got a little bit of backlash from what they did by like banning somebody off and so on and so forth. And a lot of people just like, oh, you could have done this like 30 seasons ago. What those people don't realise is the people who were in control 30 seasons ago aren't in the studio anymore. So the people who are now running the studio have decided that enough for the cheating and bollocks, and please stop doing it or we will ban you. So I'm taking that as a win. You know, the new studio and the new people who are there genuinely looking after the game a lot better. So all I have to say is like screw the haters. Basically, if you want to go and talk to the new people who are running this game, they're more than happy to talk to people in their Discord now. The old crew wouldn't really do that, and that's why people stopped liking the game as much. It came down to a point of like, why should we bother listening to these people when they're not really catering to the needs of the player? And now these new people are coming in and they're like, you know what, we want to improve the game, we want to make it better, we're under new management, we want a bit more of a social presence, and they are genuinely doing that. So yeah, I'm all good for him. So I don't think cheaters are going to be a massive problem much anymore. And I would say that most of the people who play leaderboard either stream it or YouTube video it. So you do get to see how people play. So a lot of us, I use it as a way of I use my streams as a way of like talking to you guys about the game, but everything I do is pretty much live. So if I do a reset on a claim, because obviously I've like pulled out all the gold of something and I do the reset, I do it normally like everybody else does. So that's how it's going to be. So I tend to try and prove as much as I can so I don't get called out. I'll do things that I feel are right in the game and how they should be done. So that's the whole thing. And for the record, and I know people are going to hate this, and the thing is if it was called cheating, then they would have banned people for doing this ages ago. If you put out a sluice box and that's the only piece of equipment that's on your like your wash plant, your chances of getting a person to work on that sluice box are higher, because it's the only piece of equipment you have live. It's not an exploit because it's in the smegging game and it's part of how the team designed it. And that was before everyone started calling out. It's actually a legit okay thing to do because the team put it in and they kept it in and they don't have a go at it. I'm a casual gamer, I don't have the time to play that much. That is why they had the seasonal gold as well. So seasonal gold are for people who don't want to put in the 15 hours a day sort of thing. So seasonal gold is like how much you're going to get on one season. So your best season counts to that total. The max gold thing is for people who have like way too much time on their hands. You know, me people. I'm not streaming or recording, but then I usually do. Yeah, you'll be alright. I just have the interest of like talking about the game. I've been a supporter of the game, well, since, well, I can't remember, when did I buy this game? 2017, 2018? I've been playing Gold Rush for that long, on and off. And I would say that I try and play it as, like, natural as possible. I try and play it a little bit faster now, because obviously I'm not trying to compete properly, but I'm literally just sort of trying to be better at the game, if that makes sense. That's going to overspill. Right, we're going to get the other 2 buckets. Right, need to turn my thingy on. Turn this on. Turn it off because it's shaky Stevens. Is that an empty bucket? That is empty. That's full. Chuck that on. Excellent. Right. Do it. You're done. Fantastic. Stick you in there. Brilliant. You go there. You go in there. Excellent. Stick that down there. Alright, that's all of those refilled. Got one of these has got dirt in it. That one has. This one hasn't. Excellent. All good. Done. And there we go. So this one's filling, that one's emptying, and we just keep going. Drilling is so boring. I completely agree. Drilling is an absolute pain in the ass. It's ridiculous. Like, the only way I made that more exciting was to talk to people whilst doing it, and I know it was boring for them to watch. But people watching down the chat, so I was all good. I was all good for the company. But yeah, drilling is an absolute arse. I don't like it personally. I wish, if I'm going to be honest, in an ideal world, and if the devs ever took on an idea, it would be like, hey, can we just skip this pointless phase because drilling sucks balls? Just get rid of drilling altogether. Give us like 300 ounces of gold to start with, and just let us go off and buy stuff. Go for it. Let us do that, because I think that would just be a better start. Drilling sucks. Or just give us like a plot of land that's already been drilled, and be like, cool, just start and be happy. Do the same. Do the thing that all like simulation games do. Your grandfather left you this mine map. It tells you exactly where all the gold is. Now go out and get it yourself. Make the family proud. That's every sim game in the entire world. Your grandfather died and passed on his antique shop. Your grandmother died and passed on her business. Now make it better. And so, yeah, every sim game in the world is that storyline. So Gold Rush could do the same. Your grandfather was a prospector, and before he died, he'd mapped out this map, and just done. There we go. And the map's been done. We're just going to dig it. Good start. Good job. Drilling should be 2 times faster. Agreed. It's such a slow state of crap. Right, we're up to 719 ounces of gold. So I have 1 million. That's not bad. Oh, I've got to turn that off. So I've got a mil, because I've got 300 grand on me, which is fine. And we're okay. Right. Let's go. Let's turn this mother trucker off. And teleport over to the next place. There we go. And I push the bloody button again. Right. Start the engine. And just dig for glory. yeah, so I'm only doing 2 more lines of digging, and I've got an idea on how I'm going to do it, so I'm going to see if it works. If it does, then I should be able to dig 2 squares out at basically the same time, almost. Well, like, not at the same time, but in that same sort of run, which might work a little bit better for me. And it might actually work it faster, so this might be something I do later on as well. But like, no, I need to get as much gold as possible. I'm going to do my method, see if it works. It's probably been done like a million times before, but in my head it clicked. I was like, this might work a bit faster. So I'm going to finish off this corner first. This is like 4 dump truck falls, maybe a whole thing. Don't forget the 40% provision for take on the calculator. Yeah, I know. So, alright, that's why I'm not moving yet, and I can't afford to move yet. I haven't cashed in yet because of that, so it's just painful. I know they'll take 40%, so it's why I'm not. I'm going to finish when I've done that square, this square. Actually, I'm not going to touch that because I have to go down 4 meters for that square first. That square, what's that one like? That one's too shallow. I have to go down 4 meters for that, so I think it's got 400 ounces. We'll take that square. That's not bad. It's got like an ounce of gold throughout the whole thing, so we'll take that one. We're definitely taking that one. We're definitely taking that one. Yes. Yes. And yes to that one. And yes to that one as well. So that's basically what I'm digging. So this will get me the amount I need. You watched this week's Gold Rush? No, I haven't watched it. I wasn't here. I normally watch them Saturday morning. It's like Saturday morning cartoons for me. So I would normally watch it. I just changed cartoons to Gold Rush, and I'm fine. And then when this season finishes, I'm back to watching Aussie Gold, because I've got to watch all of that as well. I know it's not as exhilarating as like Gold Rush, but you know, it's just one. Or actually, I can't remember what else I've got to. I don't know if Freddy's like updated at all, or some of the other ones. So I'll go through those first to see if there's anything new on them. But apart from that, no, I'm all right now. I haven't got around to watching it. I will though. Don't worry. I'm busy tomorrow, but when I come home, I'll be back on to like just normal. So yeah, tomorrow I will put in. I'll probably watch the episode whilst I'm digging, which I can do. Which is multitasking when it comes to watching and playing a game is actually getting easier. I think it's just because I do it so much on streams now. I can pay attention to other things, which is why I have conversations with people whilst I'm streaming, because currently I'm on sort of autopilot about what I'm actually doing. So I know how long I've got to hold my buttons down, I know how long I've got to switch over for, and it's why I go in and out of conversation and sort of like not pay attention to the screen as well, because I'm sort of already there, you know. It's all fun and games. Actually, it's become more passive. Right, we'll take one more scoop just so we can push it over to 100. We're all right. But yeah, so the last couple of squares, well, basically this whole row, I want to see if I can do it like in a row with like taking 2 lots of dirt in one go. So sit in the middle of 2 squares, dig out both squares, and then just shove the dirt to the right hand side into the truck. So then I can take out 2 lots and move back, and take out 2 lots and move back, and just try and do it as quickly as possible now. It might be more like mini moving, but better movement. And if it works, then that means I can dig twice as fast. Is the gold in Gold Rush on the show real? Yes. So all the gold, the thing is there's, I can't remember who I was watching, and it's all the gold is real. So they're legitimate businesses. They are actually earning the gold that's coming out of the ground, but they don't show nugget gold. They just show gold powder, or the grit that you see that's in the scales. You can't tell me that doing all that mining, there isn't some, like Parker's not finding nuggets occasionally, you know. So I genuinely think the reason why they only count like the powder is because it's an easier measurement to show. Because like it comes down to your ground of like what sort of nugget size you're going to get, and I think what they do is they only count the powder dust on the show because it, as I said, it looks more impressive. You know, like a massive pile of gold in a little pan. It looks amazing. But yeah, I mean, you got to think, like, Parker spent 15 million quid on what or $15 million on what he's owning now, and he's trying to make that money back. So yeah. YouTube Gold's fake, but 3 excellent seasons. I haven't seen YouTube Gold. This is all fake. But yeah, so I mean, the thing is they spend a lot of money doing their stuff they do. So I would say that a lot of it is dramatized. You know, so let's say like Tony's going to have a problem. Tony has a problem. It's why if you watch the shows, they only focus on like someone having a problem, someone doing this, someone doing that. Because most of gold mining is literally what you're watching right now. Someone in an excavator, someone digging. They'll put the dramatized sections in because it brings viewers in. It's like, oh my god, that wash plant's blown up. But that probably happened like, you know, that was happening and then that was it. It takes 8 hours to repair the wash plant. So it was a big dramatized moment. And then they show, like, Parker's probably like, you know, he's got to talk about how bad it's going to be for the business and so on and so forth. And then they fix it and they get back up and running. And they can dramatize it to make it sound more like life-threatening, so to speak. So it is slightly more dramatized, but the money they're pulling out out the ground is pretty real, you know. And it's only getting less and less. It will only get less and less because there's only a limited amount of like ore on the entire planet. So at some point, it won't be yet, but at some point there won't be any more gold being dug out of the floor. Most people will take to the sea then. Like if you watch the gold sea miners, where they use the little dinghies to go out on like and get like the suction pipes out under the water, that'll be the next step because that's where the rest of the gold is. So people will be starting to like do a lot more sea mining. It's just life. It's evolution. There are cool prospecting channels. Yeah, Dan Hurd is pretty legit when it comes to finding what he does on his channel. Also, he doesn't just do gold; he does other ores and jewels and gems and bits and pieces. So, I watch him because number one, he's quite entertaining, and number two, he doesn't just focus on one thing. He does a lot of different things, and he's quite knowledgeable in those things as well. So it's pretty cool to see. The show probably adds some revenue. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they make money for being on the show, but you know, that's just the show. I want an uncensored show because of how much Tony curses. Well, the reason why they filter it is because obviously young people do watch it. I suppose if you want to watch it live, go and work on a gold mine. You know, go and see if you can get a job with Tony and see what happens. Guarantee. I reckon he's probably worse in real life, like when it comes to swearing and stuff. But he's that controversial character that's quite cool for the show. You know, you go to Tony's, you're expecting him to like lose his shit on something. So that's just Tony. He is one of my more favourite people to watch, though. He's slightly more frustrating to watch as well because of the way he treats people. I watch him and I think it's called Prospecting Paulie. I haven't watched Paulie. Yeah, Dan Hurd is like my Sunday night entertainment. Like Sunday night, I'll kick back and I'll watch one of Dan's videos. Or whatever he's uploaded. I still haven't watched the Mr. Beast video with him in it, but I don't really want to. I'm not really watching Mr. Beast anymore. People can use him as a case study as much as he wants, but his content started to annoy me because I'm too old. It's not just because I'm too old, it's like it's not aimed at me. It's not content aimed for me. It's my if I showed a Mr. Beast video to my kids, they'd be like instantly stuck on it, like super glue. Which I could do. He's got enough videos to keep them occupied for like a couple of weeks. You need to add a Pepsi Max emoji. I can't. The Pepsi Max like logo is officially copyrighted, so if I used it I could get sued by Pepsi Max. I mean, technically if they were that petty about it, they could monetize this stream for themselves because it's Pepsi Max. That's why, if you watch any TV and they haven't got a copyright for a beer or something, they have to cover the label. So if you watch Gold Rush and they're all doing their thumbs up, all of their beers are covered in little can holders because they're not yet. But that's why, I mean, for me, it's like, yeah, I'm a streamer. But yeah, Pepsi, literally, the Pepsi company could come onto this stream and go, well, you're advertising Pepsi. Wow, you know, we can copyright your streams, and all the revenue goes to us because the logo's on stream. But if they want to sponsor me, more than happy to sign a contract. I would actually sign a contract with Pepsi because it's like, why not? That would pay my bills. I need to fill this up. I'd put this into perspective, and this is how much it would like help me. If Pepsi like actually sponsored this stream and paid me X amount of money a month, I would never put adverts on my channel again, because Pepsi would literally be making me the money that I need to survive and live. That's how much like adverts annoy me. If I was able to get sponsored, that's what I would do. How do you come up with the name Hybridsteel? It's a good question. So, I was back in the day. I was one of those sort of like original Linkin Park fans, and originally, before they were called Linkin Park, they were called Answer on a Postcard. Actually, it's the name of their album. They were called Hybrid Theory, and then they changed their name to Linkin Park. So Hybrid Theory became their first album. Hybrid comes from their first album, Hybrid Theory. I worked in a metal factory. And I worked with a lot of steel. I know that's the boring part of my name. So basically, I chucked the two names together, and I became Hybridsteel. And it was my first gamer tag on my Xbox. Well, actually, it was my second gamer tag on my Xbox, because my first gamer tag on Xbox was Deafening Silence, which was pretty cool. It was a Machine Head track, and that would have carried on if I'd have learned to spell properly. So when I first named myself, I called myself Deafening Silence, and I put in too many letters. So I couldn't call myself Deafening Silence because I couldn't spell properly. So yeah, Linkin Park's first album, and the fact I worked in a metal factory for like 10 years. That's where my name comes from. It's my origin story, so to speak. So yeah, there you go. That's me. And now I'm going to turn it into a short, and then it'll come up on YouTube at some point. See, interesting little questions like that, I'm more than happy to turn into shorts. So it's just something else. So thank you very much for your question. It's awesome. Yeah, Linkin Park were, at the time, I was into like Limp Bizkit and Korn, System of a Down and Static X. Mainly that was like and Slipknot. That was my main little like group I was listening to. And then I was watching, literally this was before, like Kerrang just shut down by the way. So I was watching Kerrang, and this song comes up and it starts up and I'm like, what the smeg is this? Yeah, they've stopped trading. Like, Kerrang are officially out of the TV market. I think they're still a magazine, but they're officially out of the TV. This song came on. Never heard it before, never seen it before. I was like, this is it, you know. I couldn't make it, and then it just started up, and I was like, this is going to be cool. Like, did that first intro riff, that dun 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 dun, and I was like, all right, okay, and it just went, and when that whole sound started exploding, I was just like, yeah, I like this. So the first two albums for me, Meteor and Hybrid Theory, were really, really good. I did have the third album, and then I had the Live in Texas album, and the Live in Texas album I feel even to this day is still one of the best DVDs I've ever bought, like musically, because it shows like the raw talent that Linkin Park actually had. And then afterwards I sort of stopped listening to them because they went more down that mainstream route, and I get it, they found a different way of making money, and it was just their evolution. So for me, Linkin Park sort of stopped after like their third album. It wasn't really for me after that. And I'm a new metal kid. So from like 13, 14, that's when I started listening to new metal really. And then I started listening to like metal and hardcore and then death metal, and I listen to a bit of troll metal now. Viking metal's pretty cool, dwarf metal's pretty nice. You know, that's what I listen to, a lot of just random crappy metal genres basically. And then everyone's just like, well, metalheads don't really understand music. It's like, alright, cool. I listen to Ray Charles, and I'll sit in a doctor's surgery and listen to classical music, and it doesn't bother me. And I'll listen to Aretha Franklin because her voice was absolutely amazing. I'll listen to the Blues Brothers, and I'll listen to I'll listen to a lot of different music. And then I'll listen to hip hop, and I'll listen to rap. Metal is just a thing that turned me into me. Everything else about it was just everything that you put into your personality. So for me, music was that thing. It sort of just kept me whirring, and it was all good. Time to empty those buckets. Let's see how. Yeah, well, I'm going to do it in a bit. I've got to go and I've got to pay. I want enough to like basically chuck into the Blacksmith, so it's just faster to deal with. So I reckon if I can do like a few more, then it should be a lot faster. But yeah, I'm one of those people. I started listening to like new metal was the first thing. So this was coming off of like up until I started listening to like Limp Bizkit and Korn. I was one of those sort of like kids in school that would just listen to whatever everybody else listened to. So that was from things like the Spice Girls and like all the other crap that you see on TV, like to this day, like even pop music nowadays. So I was one of those like teeny bopper kids. But then when I started listening to Limp Bizkit, that just changed me completely. I converted. That was like getting an injection of like what I needed in life. You been to many concerts? Yeah. I went to Download Festival every year for 10 years. I saw so many bands. I don't need to go to like small concerts. Yeah, Download Festival was like the big thing for me. It basically ticked off a shed ton of my bucket list of everything I ever wanted to watch. There's only a couple of bands I'll never get to watch because of just like original lineups and people dying and so on and so forth. Like one of them I would have loved to see would have been Dio, but I had never seen Dio live, and then he died, and I was like, okay, I can't do that anymore. I wanted to see the original like Pantera like lineup, but then Dimebag got shot, and then Vinnie Paul died, so I'll never be able to see that. I watched Down, and I've watched like Phil Anselmo's like his actual like his solo project, which was pretty cool. But yeah, I'll never get to watch the original lineup of like Pantera, which it's a big like blow to like, you know, that little thing inside me. My dad went to Download last year. Downloads are cool. It's expensive. That's my only problem with it. Like when I went from 2003 to 2013. So I spent a long time there, and it was cool. But every year it got more and more expensive, and every year I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep coming to this. It's really expensive to do. So I stopped going to Download, and then me and Kerry started going to a little festival called Beermageddon. And it's a little metal festival. Plays like, you know, smaller bands mainly from the UK. So I've seen things like Onslaught. We've seen a lot. Snakebite was pretty cool, and they don't go anymore. The lead singer's a tattooist in London. That's mainly what he does now. But yeah, we went to Beermageddon in 2012. We saw Defcon 1, we saw Onslaught, we saw this, that and the other. And then whilst we were there, two of the people we were talking to, they had like a hand fastening there, and I was like, that's a pretty cool little ceremony. And then 2013, me and Kerry got married, and then we got married again the same week because we went to Beermageddon, and the guy that runs it, Jim Bierman, it's not his real last name, but he's pretty cool, and he does hand fastings, so it's like an actual legit ceremony. So we got married twice in 1 week, which was pretty cool, and there's not many people who can say that, so I was alright with it. But yeah, so after I stopped going to big festivals because I couldn't afford it anymore, we started going to little festivals, and then as we got kids, we don't go to any festivals, so because it's too expensive for us. Hey Hybrid, what are the 2 hidden achievements in Hydroneer? Just asking. There's actually 5 hidden achievements, but yeah, I'm not sure which ones you have got and which ones you haven't got. I went to Limp Bizkit concert last September. It felt like it was 2000 again. One of the best I love it. Yeah, Limp Bizkit are cool. And what I find funny is Fred Durst makes a joke out of whatever he does, and then people look at it and just go, "Oh, Limp Bizkit, oh my god!" But look how popular they still are. They'll release a new album and people lose their crap. To put this into perspective, it's still sealed, right? I bought the digital copy of this so I could listen to it, and then I bought this copy. This copy is one of the 1600 gold discs they released. This is number 1024, and it's never opened. That's how much of I'm a fan. I don't own any other albums because I got rid of all my CDs a while ago because of my kids. But I bought that one because it was gold disc. So yeah. But yeah, basically I've seen, if like for me, I saw pretty much everything I wanted to see it download. Like from Metallica to, I've seen Mudvayne, and I saw Hell Yeah as well. I've seen Judas Priest, Metallica, Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, System of a Down, Static X, The Prodigy, Pendulum, AC/DC. I've seen a lot now, and I think, you know, most of those stories that download are me seeing the bands and then me just getting stupid drunk. So that was just how I enjoyed my life. Metallica is incredible. I would say earlier Metallica is incredible. As they've got older, it's getting harder for them to do stuff, but the music's still pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of their more up-to-date modern stuff. I do prefer their older stuff, if I'm going to be like hand up in the air, like honest about my opinions. I would say Metallica was better in the day, like not now. I think there's a point where like certain bands should basically retire, and that I think Metallica are at that point now. I'm so jealous I will never get to see all of them. No, you won't, and that's the problem. I mean, I would start paying to go and watch these bands now, because you have no idea how long they're going to be around for. I was really happy that I actually got to watch Faith No More. I'm not a massive Faith No More fan, but actually seeing it live was like, this is actually pretty incredible. I really enjoyed myself. And then I'd watch things like Hatebreed and Devil Driver, and I would just get beaten up in a pit because it was fun. When you did the drill, did you break? Yeah, it breaks down. I think it breaks down at least once whilst you're drilling everything. I drilled most of this claim on basically 2 drills. But if you want to go to a festival that basically has, I would say, like probably one of the best variations of like all the music you want to listen to, go to Hellfest. It's a festival that's been on my bucket list since I was like 18. And I've never been able to go because it's in France. But I would say it's probably one of the best metal festivals or rock festivals that there is. It's awesome. And the lineup is always flipping amazing. It's over 5 days and it's brilliant. And it sells out really fast. Only 21.8. Yeah, because people don't care. I'll be lucky to see one of the very few people come to Australia. Yeah, unfortunately Australia's a really long way for all those people to go to. I think as an Australian, you're going to have to like pull the legwork. Try and get a ticket to a festival elsewhere and just try to get there. You know? I think one of the more rarer bands I saw, though, if I was going to be brutally honest, one of the most rarer bands I ever saw was the Mad Capsule Markets. I was lucky to see them, and I will never see them again. Just because they're Japanese and they're not around anymore. And it was incredible. It was one of the better bands I've seen. But then I did sit through Paramore, which was flipping god awful. I only sat through them because I watched Korn. I'm not a Paramore fan, right? But I knew Korn was going to pack out because they were playing in the smaller stage, because at that point John's health was like sketchy still. Yeah, so he was. I watched them on the second stage, and they had to stop letting people in because it got so packed, which was absolutely amazing. I've seen Guns N' Roses; they were okay. I'd say they're past their prime now. Yeah, it's been alright. Incubus were okay. I was never a massive fan of Incubus, and I saw them live. They were alright. Excellent. Somebody wants to work for me. Basically, if you look at the lineup of every Download Fest from 2003 onwards, I was at the front at the main stage pretty much every day, and every day I had my arse handed to me. I was crowd surged so many times it just hurt, and then it just got to a point where you just forget the pain and you just carry on. And I didn't eat for most of the time I was watching music, so when the bands would finish, I would literally just go and stuff my face because I hadn't eaten for like 13 hours. How long did it take you to drill? Whatever I did in that stream, and like an extra hour on top. So I think it was about 4.5, 5 hours. It was alright. I did see Audio Slave before Chris Cornell died. I know he died like, what, 2014 now he died? So it's nearly been 10 years since he's passed, but I watched him in 2003. He had an incredible voice. Evanescence, I saw them in, I think it was, I can't remember actually which year did I see those in. I saw Evanescence before Amy got pregnant. So when she was younger, let's put it that way. And Nightwish. I just did the achievement where you have to hold W. Yeah! Welcome to the Hydro Club. Whee! We are still not done. When that stops, we got to come back. Setting up plant now. Go for it, Exhale. 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 You're the victim. Now play his game. Your game, because you're Exhale. Awaiting. What are you doing? Are you a TDJ? You are? Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. We're hiring. We're hired. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't assign him. Bummer. Right. Click you and assign. Oh, I tell you what. That's just amazing. I'm so lucky. I'm keeping it. Right. Okay. I need to go and buy some more mats. Shit. Bugger. Poo. Right. No. Why did I come out of here? Right, I need 6 mats. Equipment store. Yes. Accessories. No. Parts. No, it's equipment. Not mine. Yeah, miners moss. We need 6 of these. Check out my reality. Oh. Second staff member in, and it's the one I needed. That's fluky. That means I can almost dig for longer. Almost. We're just going to chuck these on now. I know I don't have to do this, but I'm going to do this because if they auto change over, it just gets easier. Actually, I could put my box up here. Give me a sec. I'm so happy. I'm so happy today. Right. You go there. What time scale are you on? You're set with times 12 as leaderboard player. You have to play it on times 12. They don't let you change that time scale. So time goes fast. Like, you can do a whole season in, I think it's something stupid like 8 hours. No, not 8 hours, is it? It's like 10. No? How long was the whole season last year? I can't remember. I know Split knows, but I've never actually timed it. Right, so that's cool. We're good. We're good. Right. Let's keep digging. You don't think there's audio in the game? There is, it's just quiet. I put the master down to 45%. Should be 2 hours per one in-game day. Here you go, I'll show you. Look, I have put audio in the game. Sound, 57%. Machines, UI, and environment. Music is 0. So the reason why I turn the music off is because I play music over top. So you're only hearing sounds. So it's just going to be like whirring. Like that sort of crap. Let me just check I'll just check the advanced on the gaming audio. Gaming audio is coming through channel 1, which is literally the channel I do everything on. So under Spotify and me talking, yeah, the game audio is there. I tried to change it over to audio like channel 2, but I'm not sure why it wasn't like registering properly, so I just left it the way I have it. I can turn it up a little bit more. I don't know if everybody wants that though. That's good. Alright, thank you very much. But yeah, I was seeing that like one of the clothing trends that's coming back now is like the really baggy jeans. And Kerry's friend was talking about it, and she was all like, "Hey, I bought my new jeans. I've got these, and they're the old sort of like real baggy ones." I was like, "I still got mine." Now, admittedly, they do actually fit my waistline now, and not like how they used to be, but they are still baggy as hell. And when I bought them, I could get my brother into one of the legs in the actual trousers. And that's how small he was at the time. So I'm now sitting at exactly 800k for a couple of cleanouts and then off to Nighthawk. Nighthawk is 2.4 million. Unless you're just renting it. And the problem with renting it is it does, yeah. You could just go straight to Nighthawk on 800k and make the money back, which is fine. And then buy it as soon as you can. So I could do that, which actually would be a little bit more feasible. But I want the money to start with. So my last goal is to literally dig out these last 2 lots of squares. But it's up to you. If you want to buy it out straight away, then it's okay. If you want to lease it, you have to be able to raise that money by the end of, like, obviously the season, which is doable. If you can find yourself a good couple of like squares, you'll win. Which I have been tempted to do. I mean, on that note, I could almost do it in the next sort of, yeah, in the next couple of runs. Would you behave yourself? The problem with sitting at exactly 800k though is moving cost. You do have to pay for the moving. So you've got to take all your stuff from one plot of land and you've got to move it to Nighthawk, which is going to cost you, I don't know, a good couple of grand. Not a lot, but it'll still cost you money. Is machine failures on? Yep. It's leaderboard. Has to be on. I think that's going to do me from that square, because I don't think these squares are in like anything amazing. So this is where I'm at. There's 250 ounces there, 150. I want to do these ones, and then we're good. So that middle row, I guarantee that's how people have gone like really fast. They've basically dug out this row, maybe these 3 rows, and then just done it. So that's how I think people are just that's how fast people have gone. They've taken out the 3 row that row that I've just dug off. So this row, and this row, and that's made them enough money to get to Nighthawk, and they're already up there digging it. So yeah, I can see how that's happened. Plus 20 grand for upgrading, yeah, for truck, yeah. If you're still renting your equipment and leasing the land, don't forget you're going to be charged extra for like Nighthawk. So what you want to do is you want to get enough money out of Nighthawk to be able to pay for everything straight away. You want to pay for the land as quickly as possible, and then you got to pay for the, because you're going to have to like cash in. You're going to have to pay, I think it's something stupid like 40% or 50% of Nighthawk. I can't remember how much it is, but it's a lot. So you need that money straight away. So that's why I'm saving up a bit more. It's more risky, but for you, for me, I'm like, no, I'm going to try and do something a little bit like easier. Right, so what I want to do is I want to park my truck here. $45%, that's a lot of money. Let's get us almost central. Right, so can I reach my truck? Yes, I can reach my truck. Can I reach the side of this? Yes, I can reach the side. Fantastic. So the idea is to dig out these squares in one go. So just work my way across both squares all at the same time, and just work my way backwards, basically. When did you start YouTube? 2018, end of. (2019) is when I officially sort of started properly, though. I started by playing. I was doing PlayStation game reviews, demos, and bits and pieces. And then I moved into live streaming and bits and pieces. Then I started doing Let's Plays. And then I became a resource channel for Hybridsteel and Car Mechanic Simulator. And now I'm playing Gold Rush. And Out of All. And I still do the Hybridsteel stuff. And I still do Car Mechanic Simulator when there's going to be a new one. Because I'm going to be honest, right now, I'm burnt out of 23. I haven't been able to play that game since. So just started farming achievement. Yeah, oh man, those achievements take a really long time. Like the farming stuff is a beast. Hybridsteel 2.0 is when I think I first found. That sounds about right. Most people, I would say, probably found my channel around that sort of time. A lot of people, probably more the mainstream crowd. Like I would say, the people who found me before were the ones who were playing the game from start. So from like version 1.3 upwards. But that's just how it is. You do something that you just enjoy. YouTube's all about just being you. I mean, it's less about that now because it's more about, hey, I've got loads of views, which I can't stand. Right, so that's my little horseshoe. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to just keep dropping back and digging out those squares. This one will be a richer bucket of gold because I'm starting to dig into the big square. This one here. Well, this first one, which is 600 odd ounces, then that one's 700 ounces. I want these squares of gold before I go. So it's like this is my last push. I'm literally going to do this, and once I've done like those 6 squares or 8 squares that I'm doing now, I'm moving. I'll be done. Would you ever do a series of farm sim? I have farming sim because of Claus. He's one of the guys that subscribed to the channel, but me personally, I haven't ever really sat there and just gone, I really want to play farm sim. Now I do have the gold mining mod, so I can actually do gold mining on it as well, but farming has never really been... Oh no, did I buy it myself? I think I bought it myself because I bought the platinum edition off of CD Key, so. But no, I've never really sat there and just wanted to play it, because I don't know, for some obscure reason it doesn't really like hit with me. I've seen Diesel play it, and it does seem to be like you'll get loads and loads of people who want to watch you play it, and then as soon as you walk away from it, you get called every name under the sun because you're not going back to it. And I don't like that like pressure of being told to play one thing, because that just puts me off of it. Now it does look like a cool game, I'm not going to take that away from it, and if you do like farming sims, then it's all good. But I don't know, it just seems to be that every time, if I'm in like if I sit in Diesel's stream for a bit and have a chat with him, it's almost guaranteed there's always going to be one person who goes, oh man, you need to play farming sim, and it's like, no he doesn't. And even Diesel sits there and says, no, I don't want to play farming sim. And it's nearly every stream one person comes in, you need to play this, you need to do that. It's like, no, I really don't. So I get it with the Hydroneer crowd as well sometimes. You know, I'll get like almost like a small minority of people who come in and go, oh dude, you need to play Hydroneer. It's like, I have nothing left to do on Hydroneer. Like, I've got all the achievements, I've done everything in that game possible, and people are still like, hey, you need to play Hydroneer, you need to do this. I'm like, I don't need to do anything. And I think, you know, people are trying to they try to dictate what you do, even if you don't want to do it. How many hours have I got in Gold Rush? Close to 700 now. The Gold Rush is the second most played game on my Steam account. The 3 most top games on my Steam account, I can actually show you this, and it's stupid. Are you ready for this? Guess what the 3 top games on my stream are on my stream list. Hydroneer 1,341 hours, Gold Rush 682.9 hours, and Out of Ore 219 hours. Can you see a pattern going on with what I play? Mainly mining. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It truly is. Alright, that's full. So yeah, basically my three top games are mining games, and that's basically it. And then we're all good. I need my next worker has to be this person, the one that basically empties this for me. I need this worker next. 230 hours on Hydroneer, nowhere nearly as impressive. Yeah, but I've been playing Hydroneer for 3 years, so that's the problem there. I have, you know, I've spent a long time playing Hydroneer over long periods of time. You got to think, like my first couple of like videos on Hydroneer, I had to restart the game practically every time because the game was so unstable that it called for me having to start the game again. And when I built the first 100 drill plant back then, that was like the massive achievement, because it was like it was almost impossible for it to work. It didn't like it at all. Confus, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, that was a massive achievement, like getting the first like 100 drill like plant, and it was like, yeah, we done it, and then like the game just died. And that's when filters didn't work, so we had to keep repairing our drills. That's why I had like something stupid like 300 repair boxes just so I could repair all the drills, because they would all run out at the same time, because it was just nightmare fuel. Love your content, thank you very much, much appreciated to have you here. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. I try, you know, I would say that I'm sort of okay. I'm not the greatest creator in the world, but thank you very much for watching. It's appreciated. We need all the let me get the mats out of here. So the mats have all changed over, so we can literally just take these ones out. You in there. Don't forget, if you do want to help support the channel now, you can become a member for as little as like 99 cents a month. Basically just means your name gets put up into green, you get access to emojis, and yeah, I haven't really figured out what else I can do at the moment, but I will get there eventually. Ow, my leg. Let's get this going. I fell off. And again. Make the jump. There we go. Founder, thank you very much for becoming a member. It's most appreciated. Ding ding. Basically, all the money that goes into the channel goes back in. Like if I have to buy new games and stuff, it all goes onto that, or costs for like doing stuff for like the stream, because I do most of this stuff myself. Apart from like all the graphics on the stream are actually done by I think it was owned.tv. I think that's where I got all my stuff from this time around. So yeah. But I do buy a lot of games myself. I get given a couple of free games for here and there on Keymailer and stuff, but a lot of the stuff is, if I'm doing first like impressions, it's normally a demo I've been sent. If the game's any good, most of the time I buy the game myself, because I feel that as like indie developers, they can hand out keys and they're free for them, and that's fine, but it doesn't help their back pocket. You know, it's like if I really like a game, I put my money into it because that's how it should be. I need to scrap 100 items, and I'm gonna yeah, but go and you'll scrap 100 items over time anyway. So getting rid of like old drills, pipes, bits and pieces that you'll put together for doing certain things, it's fine. That works. So yeah, that's what I did. Basically, 100 items is like got a standard of like stuff I got rid of. It's like 1/3 of a beer here. I think I can handle that once a month. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. I haven't been to a pub for a long time, so I don't know how much the average beer is in the southeast of England. I think going to a pub's probably out of my price range right now. And I don't really drink anymore. Like, I think I drank enough when I was younger. I don't really need to do it anymore. I'll still have one if I go to a pub for like a lunch. I'll still have a beer with my meal. How do you put those mosses on the holders? You have to have a worker that works that piece of equipment for you to be able to do it. So thankfully, the first 2 workers I've got on my plot are actually the ones that I needed, which is amazing. So yeah, that just came down to luck. I was very lucky because the first 2 workers are the STDJ sluice workers, so that means that I can put them down there. As your workers go up, you can actually put more in there. So those workers will now go up a level. They'll get 1 experience every day. They'll go up levels, and then soon I'll be able to put mats on both sides, which means that whole thing I could just clean out once every 3 times they get changed over. So it just means I can put more in and get more out. It's all good. Right, first off, let's get this clean. That is clean because there's nothing in it because I'm an idiot. Well done, special. And that's 99%, fantastic. Alright, cool. So now we're going to turn this on. And then we're going to turn this on. And now I need to put that in there and that in there. And then we're going to shift that into there, and then we're all good. Basically, workers will give you perks on your plant to be able to do certain things. Workers are key. So when you're trying to do things faster, that's where the workers come into play. And that's what you need. Workers are the first thing. So what you can do to like try and dictate what a worker comes to you for is it's not a glitch, and it's not a cheat, and you can do this as a legit strategy. What you can do is you can buy a piece of equipment or rent a piece of equipment like one of the sluice boxes. You can bring that sluice box onto your plot of land, and then the next worker will come in, will probably be the one you want. Strange how that works. And apparently, basically, that's how the game works. If you've got a piece of equipment, someone comes onto your land and wants to work for that piece of equipment, it's all good. If that's the only piece of equipment that's on your land, you'll probably get a worker that's going to work that piece. And that's not an exploit. It's a legit thing. The game, the devs let you have it. You must have a ton of magnetite. This bucket will probably make me 15,000 ounces, which means I can do quite a hefty upgrade on the blacksmith, which is what I've been waiting for, so I can make bigger bars, so I can take the whole lot to the bank, basically. It's going all right. Gonna need that though. Magnetite, that's going over there. Fantastic. You have like 4 more buckets as well, don't you? No, I've just got those 4 under there. This is all of my buckets of gold. They're all in there now. Everything I use is literally everything you can see in front of you. My other buckets are literally full of magnetite. I can't use them. So yeah, we're waiting now. That should kick me to about 770. So I'll have about 770 ounces of gold. Maybe more, depending on how rich this stuff was. And I've got $279,000. So I could probably go and like cash all this stuff in. And then I'll take the hit, which will hurt. It'll really hurt. But at least then most of that gold's been paid for. So could be done. 769,000. So I was close. I said 770. So yeah, I got 3 buckets of magnetite. Let's go. So map. Let's go and get charged out the arse of doing stuff, shall we? Travel. And yeah, I unlocked all the fast travel stuff in my second day in, because I had enough money after I rented the wash plant. I was like, I'm gonna need fast travel. So I got the fast travel points unlocked that I needed. And I put my magnetite thingy up here already. So all this was already done for me. I was like, yep, cool, I'm done. I'm burning now. Second day in, I was like, I'm good. I've done all this. Right, let's chuck this on. So there should be around 15,000 ounces of magnetite. So I should be able to chuck in a load of upgrades through the blacksmith. And this means that the time it takes to do a bar should become easier. What should I do after Old Arnold's claim? Oh, you're playing normal, are you? Okay, if you're playing normal, go elsewhere. Depending on how much money you've got, depending on how much you're actually going for. So if you're an old Arnold and you've got, you know, a good couple of 100,000 ounces of gold stuck aside, or at least a load of money, I would aim for Pine Valley, because Pine Valley's worth more money to you because there's more gold in the ground. So you want to go to Pine Valley, really, and then you want to head for Nighthawk, because Nighthawk is like beast mode. Playing Leaderboard, though, it is literally get in as quickly as possible, get out as quickly as possible, get to Nighthawk and just keep resetting that claim. It's going to cost you $1 million each time, but $1 million is easy to make when you get that high. I know I could have fast travelled. 8 achievements left. Yeah, all good. When it comes to the destroying 5,000 items, get a logic destroyer and then stick it on like stick it on your sorter that's sorting gold or iron out. You'll go through it well quick then, and that does work. I did it in my live stream, so I demonstrated it worked. Right, let's upgrade first. Right, upgrade Magnetite. We need to upgrade the cost. Upgrade. Time. Upgrade. So now I want this. Actually, how much have I got left? So you have to come back. I've got 13,000 left. So we should be. That's 3, 8, 10. We should be able to do all these upgrades as well. Get in. I can't do it anymore. Alright, so I need 6, 12. Okay, I need 20. So 13, 25, 33,000 ounces. That's a lot of magnetite, man. And then I don't have to do magnetite anymore, so that's good. Right, smelt gold. Let's go. 180 ounce bar gold. Let's go. And how long is it going to take? 4 seconds or 4 minutes. Is 2 drill holes per grid enough on normal? Yeah. You get an idea of the lay of the land, and then you just dig what you see. I tend to do, so when I drill, if you look at the grid, I drill the dotted line, so you almost get like a hole per side, so you can see 2 squares instead of 1. But you have to be like straight down that middle line. So do that instead. Smelt the gold. I love gold. This is going to kick me over. This should kick me above 1 million. And then I'm going to decide, do I want to go to Nighthawk now, or do I want to get the rest of the gold out of the ground in one area and then take the hit again and then go from there? Yeah. I'll probably do that, actually. Yeah. You pay a lot of money. The provisions are a pain in the ass. So that's why me personally, that's why I want to buy Nighthawk as quickly as possible. Was that an Austin Powers reference? Probably. Most probably. Yeah, baby. Oh, behave. Yes. Another one. I've only got 49 ounces to go, and then this is going to kick my ass as well, because I'll get charged for this. I have to make 10 soups, deliver 10 soups, get max fishing, and plant 100 crops. Oh yeah, jeebus. Yeah, the 100 crops thing is a pain in the butt. Grow 1,000 vegetables, again, pain in the butt. Now I had 4 rows, and I just kept growing. Mainly tomatoes, because that counts as 1 vegetable. I think it counts as 1 vegetable per tomato. So if you grow tomatoes, which is the most, like, you can get you can get 3 out of each one, which it comes up a lot more than others. And tomatoes grow faster. So if you grow tomatoes, you're going to grow the fastest crop and get like more of a potential towards 1,000. The 10,000 farming tokens, basically just keep making soups, but go and do the King's Quest. You get a nice big chunk to start with. So yeah, that helps. I haven't got any more gold. Let's go and sell, and then we're good. And then we'll get charged for this in the morning. Like when it goes around to like 12 o'clock again, it'll be like, yeah, hi, by the way, you're going to get charged the arse. Alright, cool. I'm all good. This may be the first game I 100%. It's all good, man. Oh, and you're young, so you got time. First game I ever 100%ed was Grand Theft Auto 3. Because I completed the other ones, the originals. But I did those later than GTA 3. Mainly just because I was one of those kids. I was like, I love GTA, so I'm gonna do it all. 2, 4, 6, 8. Done. $1.1 million, and I'll get ratted for that. They will have me for that amount of money, and I'm gonna lose it all. So yeah, I need to go and start mining the higher stuff in like Pine, and then we get out of here. I gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing I ever do. I made my first Steam collection. I called up the top games. Yeah, all right. Yeah, 1.1 million. It's a good start. I could quite happily go and buy Nighthawk. Like, well, not buy it, but I could go and lease it right now. But when that clock turns over to 12 o'clock, I'm going to have to pay for it. So, it's annoying. Excellent. Yeah, you buy 100. You can buy 100 corks and then just flog them off. What I did was I just sold all the extra pipes I'd bought and bits and pieces. So yeah. Took about a minute. Yeah, that's fine. Minute for an achievement. Class. Push camera again. I haven't got my dump truck here. Where's my dump truck? There's my dump truck. Just making sure I put the buckets back underground. Yeah, it's all good. Mr. Games, how you doing, bud? So technically, I only need 8 buckets of Magnetite left, and then we should be okay. But I'll probably get around to doing that over at Nighthawk. I'll get a few more done here because I've still got a bit more to dig, so we'll be okay. Right, let's drive back. Let's go. Time to go to bed. It's almost 5 AM here. I'll be watching while I sleep. Alright, cool. Thank you very much for being here. It's most appreciated you being here. Evening, a good evening so far. Yeah, it's been alright actually. Chilled out, playing Gold Rush, digging holes. Better life. It's a better life for a dwarf. Right. So technically, for the next few rounds of this, should earn quite a bit out for these ones, because these are the rich ones. So I'm looking at about 2 million out of these rows, roughly. That's how much these rows are worth. About 2 mil after provision of tax and so on and so forth. So I should technically be okay. Having a lie-in tomorrow because we do door-to-door stuff, because I am a Jehovah's Witness. That's fine. I don't really have questions for people who follow faith. At the end of the day, it's your life, your choice. You got any plans for tomorrow? We do. We're going to the cinema because basically a load of the kids in Ollie's year, they're all part. Like all the mums are all part of a group. I'm in this group as well, so I'm in a group full of most of the mums, right? They're in this group of WhatsApp, and it's like, okay, cool. So what are we going to do for like the half term? And their plan was they would, they wanted to go up the park a bit so they can get their like the friendship like groups going and stuff, and that's fine. I get that. And one of them turned, hey, there's this deal at the cinema. Basically, you're going to go and watch this film, and it's X amount of money. I was like, okay, cool. Actually, that's pretty cheap. Let's go. And I don't really want to go because of the film. Basically, I'm watching the bloody sequel to Paw Patrol the movie. And I don't want to watch it, but I have to. I'm being nice to my kids. We're taking them out for the day, so we're gonna go and watch that. And because Kerry's on the Odeon app for the cinema, the tickets are even cheaper than what the group are paying. It's £2.50 a cinema ticket. £2.50. So I get to go and watch a crappy animated film about dogs for £2.50 a ticket, which isn't bad. I don't really want to go and watch the film, but it keeps the kids happy, and it's the first time they've ever been to the cinema. Andreas, how you doing, bud? Did you have a good grind till now? We've done alright till now. I do need to move my truck about here would be better. Apart from that, I'm okay. Yeah. Actually, no. Turn the power back on. Go up a little bit. There we go. That's much better. It's easier. Have you seen Matt Pat's film? No. I never watched Matt Pat. I know he was a big deal, but I never watched him. Because any like weirdo can make a theory about anything. It would be a game or film or anything. So, no. I didn't watch his stuff. I didn't even really care that he was retiring. I know I get the reasons why he's doing it though. I mean, he's retiring because he's got kids and a wife and wants to live his life, and I get it. But I guarantee he comes back at some point. And he's like, I really miss doing this, so I'm going to come back and carry on and do something else. Probably will happen. Most people who retire from YouTube or like Twitch, they come back eventually because they get sort of bored. And they figure out that actually their entire life is like, you know what, I want to do YouTube forever. Because they found life. They found a meaning. How dare you, sir? He was a legend in the community. I don't really care. That's the thing is does it impact my life at all? No. Did I watch his channel? No. Do I really care? No. And I would guarantee most people who probably come across my channel, they probably think the same. So yeah, it's just not. It's no big skin off my nose. Let's put it this way: at this point in time, I wouldn't even give a damn if Boogie retired. I watch his videos from time to time, but if he stopped making them, it's just life. Things happen. You can't control it. You carry on. Oh, there you go, Boogie. You've never heard of Boogie. He's like Matt Pat. He's one of the OG YouTubers. Boogie2988 coming at you live from the power of the internet. There was a documentary about him a couple of months ago that went big for like the guy who made it, Mike. I can't remember the dude's second name, but his name's Mike. And he made the documentary about Boogie, basically showing how he lives his life after like his success. And he leads a really, really depressing life. Like really depressing. And then after he made that one, the crowd that watched that one just went, mate, you should make one about DSP. I'm like, oh dude, if you made one about DSP, it's gonna kill. And the reason why is because like Darkside Phil is one of the more controversial streamers and bits and pieces because of what he's done and said over the years. He's unfortunately, I say unfortunately, but it was funny as hell when it happened. It was also one of the most grossest things you're ever gonna see on flipping YouTube and Twitch. Whilst he was live streaming, he forgot to turn off his camera. And he forgot to turn off his microphone, and then he was watching some adult material during his live stream and forgot to turn off his camera and microphone. Guess what he was doing? So he comes up with some really stupid hot takes as well, and it's like, yeah, but I can understand why a documentary about Darkside Phil will be absolutely fantastic for views. Because he is just such a character. Like he plays a character on stream, but I think it's partially his personality as well, and it's funny as hell. Diggy diggy ho, diggy diggy ho. Yep. RWJ is one of my favourite OGs. Who's that? Like Linus Tech Tips is one of my more favourite like OG channels. Ray William Johnson. Do I know who Ray William Johnson is? No. When you say OG, has he been around since before like YouTube was a dating site? And that is a funky bit of information for anybody who knows YouTube history. YouTube used to be a dating site. It's a bit like knowing that Twitch was originally called like Justin TV. It's that long ago. Gotta go have a good stream. Jack, thank you very much for just kicking by, man. It's awesome. Nobody was on here when it was a dating site. They actually were. It was a load of college kids. So YouTube was set up as a dating site for mainly just college students and university and things like that and bits and pieces. But then people started uploading videos about like what they did in real life. So instead of like, hey, my name's John, I'm like 24 years old, I go to like I go to this college, I do this and this. If you want to hit me up, hit me down in my profile. And then, people used to have profiles. And then you had like people started uploading their videos like, hey, this is me fishing. You have a person fishing, or hey, I do this at the weekends and it's really cool. It's like, all right, cool. Then the people who made YouTube looked at that and just went, we're missing something right here. So they changed the format of their website, and thus was the journey of YouTube. From that point, from being a dating website to being a video platform, it was literally because people started uploading their daily stuff. Like what they did in the weekends, or their food, on this, and people used to upload like just videos randomly, and that was the birth of the content you now see. So yeah, we're all that. come visit my MySpace. I loved MySpace. MySpace was one of the best social media platforms in the entire universe. And there was barely any toxicity. If people came to your profile and didn't like you, they would just leave. I never used to get horrible comments. I never used to, like, people who used to come to my profile, the first thing you would hear is, "Now is the time for me to rise to my feet." Like, Hatebreed would just scream at you through your computer. And if you didn't like that, you'd just go away. So the people who stayed on my MySpace channel were literally metalheads. And that's what I loved about it. I never got approached by like 15 like porn bots, because there wasn't porn bots on that in that time. And Tom was everybody's friend. Tom was a legend. He had the most amount of friends in the entire world. Everybody who used his platform, he was your friend. So I still remember MySpace. I tried to go on there a little while ago. It's a music website now, which sucks, you know. It's nice to watch your live streams after a long day. Oh, thank you very much. I'm more like, it's more of a podcast. Like, the games, I would say, are like extra bonus content, but the only way that I keep myself going is just to talk crap, and that's what podcasts do, or radio stations. So it does help. Like, being able to just talk at stupid long lengths of time now it's definitely a skill that you have to develop, because, well, it's just part of the job, and I like it. I like talking. Again, I've gone over this before. It's why I still go to I don't do self-service checkouts. I heard you're going to start playing games like Barbie Dreamhouse. Man, I cannot wait to start that game. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to put braids in all of my horse's hair. We're going to have a nice big pink stable. And my horses are going to be 100% vegan. There's going to be no animal products in the diet at all. And all of their shoes are going to be sparkly. It's going to be amazing. I don't need Ken in my life. Ken can be my stable boy. It better have multiplayer. Someone else can be Ken. Oh yeah, split. I'll be your Ken. We're gonna muck out the horses together. Ken, can you hand me that spade? Yeah, I'm not playing that. Oh, where's my camera? There it is. Barbie, you were stuck in the dryer again. Yep. Oh man, I got my hair like stuck between these two little things. I'm like, oh my god. Ken, can you just pull me out? Oh, I can do something else that's gonna pull you out. It'll be the plumber scene all over again. Barbie and Ken ride again. That's what it's going to be called. And the sequel, so it's called, the first one is called Barbie and Ken Ride Again, and the sequel is called Barbie Rides Ken Again. Oh yeah. And then there'll be like the Second Life version. Do you remember Second Life? Oh, that was a time and a half on the internet, wasn't it? I think I went on there for about 20 minutes, went, nope, this isn't for me. The reason why I say after a long day is because my father truck and a pain in the rear end. Or was a pain in the rear end. Was it a pain in the rear end like Ken? Like Barbie and Ken? Have I ever seen Isaac Butterfield? Yeah, Isaac Butterfield is brilliant. I like him. He's a cool Australian. He swears a stupid amount, which is amazing, because obviously that is just the Australian way. You guys have got gutters in your mouths and it's amazing. The reason why I like Isaac is because he basically calls a spade and just goes at flipping everything like full tilt. He's awesome. I'm subscribed to his channel. See, at 13 years old, should you be really watching Isaac Butterfield? Probably not, but that's down to viewer discretion and parent discretion. I like the video content as well and the stuff he does with his wife. Yeah, I bet. No, I'm not going to say that. I haven't seen the videos he does with. I watch Leon Lush, and when he watches he does reactions content with his wife as well. And Leon's pretty cool. I used to watch Leon like as he was just like the one. I used to watch him as a commentary channel, and then he started to slow down his production because he does a lot of videos with his missus, like, and they both sit there and they react to the same videos and stuff, but you know that's making a lot more money because he gets to hang out with his wife all the time, which is pretty cool, and obviously he's generating a decent amount of views. But then his other if you watch his actual videos for him on his own, it's a little bit different because he does get a bit more sort of, I suppose he goes a bit more deeper in it and actually does a lot more commentary and a lot more scripted. Dogface, boom! Thank you very much for becoming a member. It's most appreciated. Basically, he does a podcast with his wife, reacting to the kind of stuff that looks like on the main channel. Yeah, I can understand that. The thing is, it's content, and podcasts are becoming a big thing as well. I've thought about doing a whole podcast, but I don't really know what I would talk about, because I don't really pay enough attention to just one thing. I just talk crap, and that's my channel, and that's my live streams more than anything. It would just be like member berries all the time. Remember the time when Undertaker did this? Remember the time that Tony Hawk did this? Just constantly. Basically my life. It's like my life. What do you talk about? Everything that's old. Like the first time Tony Hawk did a 900. Gotta go, have a good day. Henry, thank you very much for just being here. I don't see your chat, so thank you very much for lurking. It's most appreciated. Like Barbie and Ken. No, they're older than me. How do you get the grids to display? You pull up your map. You click on a grid and you push this button here. Toggle square. And it highlights that square. So I know exactly where I'm digging. Again, I'm a dumbass. I will do things easy. We should get we'll get a decent amount of gold out of this run now, because this is like the high-end squares. This will be a good one. Also, Minor Illusion, thank you very much for being here. It's most appreciated. Nice to see you. Oh, cheers. Yeah, so these like 6 squares that I'm sitting on, so the 2 that I'm digging now, the 2 that I'm sitting on, and the 2 behind it are the ones I'm really going for, because this is the ones that are quite rich. So we're gonna take these ones out. This one, I might go that far back, maybe. Badonk! How you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you around for a hot minute. How was New Year? Just quick, Badonk is the guy that sorted out my Discord, so it was less confusing. So thank you very much. How long am I streaming for? Probably looking at about another 3 hours. I'm going on to close to midnight. The reason why is because I'm making up for lost time. Because of, like, obviously, like, doing stuff today. I wasn't really around, so I sort of figured I'd just carry on. And then tomorrow, I'll probably do the same, because I'm going to be busy during the day. We'll go from there. So yeah, I mean, technically, Badonk is my community manager. He's a busy man. But he's the guy that basically sat there and I said, look, mate, thank you very much for doing it. He sorted my Discord out, chucked in like all the rank system and made sure that it was all set up properly. How about yourself? New Year's was good. Kind of thought, yeah, same with mine. New Year for me was a bit quiet, but I actually liked it quiet. It was good. Christmas was stupidly hectic though. Coming home for Christmas, I spent 10.5 hours on the road because of fucking accidents. Dude, thank you very much. Dogface for the 20. Ah, boom. Most appreciated. And I think that goes towards the tip thing on the top, because it doesn't go through, it's not a super chat. So thank you very much. You have donated to the cause. That's going into my new PC. Because I've got to build it at some point. Well, I've got to buy all the parts first, then I've got to build it. But thank you very much. That's awesome. Terrible traffic. Saw you made a channel for Power World. Are you planning on going down that route? I didn't make a channel for it. I was just playing it. The reason why I put it in the Discord is because, like, if people play it, then they've got somewhere to... If more people turned up and they're like, hey, I play Power World as well, then they've got somewhere to put, like, videos and stuff and whatever they do. It's literally the only reason why I put it on there. But I did Power World for a little... I did Power World for a little while on here. I streamed it for close to 2 weeks, I think it was. So it's a game I play. So it's fine. It probably won't do anything though, because I gotta be honest, like I said, I mean, that Discord's quiet a lot of the time because a lot of people just join and then no one ever talks. So it's just one of those things. I have thought about, I don't know, I'll probably, I'll message you on Discord, but I was thinking if we could find a website that does like, do you remember mini clip games and crap like that? If we can find a website that does mini clip games, and like we'll do like a tournament a month where we'll just choose a game off there and be like, hey, drop a high score on this and then put it into Discord and we'll see if we can get like someone sorted out with like free t-shirts and stuff. That's what I was thinking, because you know, it's like a competition for like the Discord to keep people active. But I'll have a look around. It's just I haven't had the time, because like streaming this it takes a long time. Gold Rush in December to January was a long time. And then I've got Hybridsteel coming up as well. But yeah, it's basically for the next few months I'm just going to be really busy. So I know it's going to happen, and I'm prepared for it all. I don't mind doing the work, but it's just one of those things. It's just joys of like the plus side is right now it's like calming down, chilling out. It's all good. When the Hybridsteel DLC drops, I'm going to be like a lot. So I don't think anyone will be able to contact me. It's going to be like, is Hybrid alive? Sort of. I'm just going to keep going. There will be videos. Oh yes, there will be videos. And I'm going to release a lot of them. And live streams. There's going to be live streams galore on Hybrid. But the videos is going to be... what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to release the videos, and I'm going to turn off the option to like notify subscribers. The main reason for it is because if I drop like 6 videos in a day, you're not going to want to see 6 videos in a day. You're going to get bored of seeing all that stuff. So I'm going to turn off the notification for it. Hey Hybrid, I had a crush on a girl for a year or 2. Any advice? So, if I'm going to be honest, go and say hello. And the worst that she's going to say is no. And you just carry on with your life. Or you bottle up those feelings, and when you... I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to go down that route. But, yeah, you deal with yourself. My personal advice would be to go and talk. Just go and talk to her. And just be a friend. And it's all good. Don't try to go up to this girl and stick your hand down her pants, because it's just not going to work. She's probably not into it. It's fast to just start giving her alimony payments now. The best advice I ever got is, if you're confused, it's a no. That's fair, man. But basically, the dating scene sucks. It's hard, and I sucked at it for so long. How I spoke about this like to a couple of because I talked to a lot of mums, because I dropped my kids off at school, so I talked to the mums down there. And some of them were talking about how it was when they were like younger girls. And they said, look, there was always boys coming up to us and just be like, you know, trying to ask us out all the time. I'm like, I never really had that problem, obviously, because I'm a man, right? But the one thing I was always sort of like okay with was I was always able to talk to women. Not like, as in like sexually advancing on them. I was always just able to have a conversation with them. I'm not a flipping Casanova. I used to talk just random bollocks, you know, just like having a conversation and treating them like a person. So I had a lot of friends who were women, or girls back then, in school. And that happened all the way through my life. I was always just able to have a conversation with them. I never approached a lot of them for like the dating scene. Also, when I was younger, I wasn't really the dating type. I worked too much. A relationship wasn't a good thing. Let's put it this way. I was working 60 to 70 hours a week. There was no point in having a girlfriend just because I would never ever see them. You know, I would always be at work. 12, 13 hours a day, I was at work. So there was no point. So I never did it. But when I started going out with Kerry, and we met over a website, because at that time I was coming off of a shitty relationship. Not so much as shitty, but it like ended not the way that most things should end. Basically, I was engaged. That all went Pete Tong, and she was probably sleeping with somebody else at that point. So, didn't really care after that. So I went on a bit of a spiral of depression. I went down the whole like whatever, don't care, deleted myself off social media, and I left one profile up on a website called Plenty of Fish. Just one profile, and it literally just said, I like Red Dwarf, and this is a picture of me. And it was literally just a picture of me, and that was it. And I came back after a week off, because I went to go and see my parents for a week. I basically just skipped everything for a week. I booked a week off work, and just disappeared. And I came back, and there was one message in my inbox, and it was from this girl, and she just said, "Do you see yourself as like Arnold Rimmer, or do you see yourself as Lister or Rimmer?" I have to say Arnold Rimmer, just in case someone goes, "Oh, he said Rimmer." So, yeah. So basically, do you see yourself as Lister or Rimmer? I said I basically see myself as Lister because I'm a bit of a slob, but I'm pretty much like a down-to-earth person, and that's literally how it started between me and Kerry. And then we've been married for 10 years. You know, we're still going. But yeah, so yeah, it's one of those things. You never know. So what I said was true. One thing my mother always says is a girlfriend costs money. Girlfriends do cost money. where is Cat and Crichton? So the main story of Red Dwarf was always focused on Rimmer and Lister, because they're the polar opposite of each one. Rimmer was brought back as a way of keeping Lister sane, but they were the main characters written in. So Cat and Crichton are basically really strong support characters of the whole thing. Same with Holly. So yeah, you focus on those two because they are the main story. They're the main story drivers. So yeah, that's just how it happened for me. But you never know what's going to happen. And the rest of my story, whilst I was going out with Kerry, and we would go out down the pub, we'd go and hang out with my friends, and we'd basically do that sort of thing. There were several times that basically girls would come up to me and talk to me, and I would just have a conversation back. That's how I approached every single woman. You come up and talk to me, I talk to you as a person, and then most of the time they just go off on their own way. Turns out most of those times that women were approaching me and talking to me, they were flirting with me. So Captain Oblivious here, I could have probably gone out with a few other women in my life, but I didn't know it because I was so used to just talking to people as a normal person. I never got those sort of like flirty hints. So yeah, it was one of those things. Also, going back through my memories and stuff, every time I said I was a DJ, you always get extra attention. And again, I just saw that as people were being friendly. So yeah, that's how I did it. Basically, I was an oblivious weirdo that just kept talking to women. More of an Ace Rimmer myself. Smoke me a kipper, I'll be back for breakfast. So you're God's gift to the universe, sir. Alright. Yeah. What do you get in return for your time and money, and so much more if you find the right person? Yeah, you basically get companionship for your life. You get somebody who completely understands you at the same time, who can kick your ass and put you in the right direction as well. Yeah, and you get to fart in bed with no problems. But it's one of those things. Over time it just becomes part of life, and people do have times of struggle. For me, I've been through all that crap as well, and that was all my doing. But when the way that Kerry basically is, that she said, she gave me alternative. You either buck up your fucking ideas or piss off, and I tried to make myself better, because at one point I was I went down that whole route of being quite self-centered and like stupid. It wasn't anything like properly horrible, but it was like, yeah, I did need to change a few things. What? But yeah, it was just one of those things. You over time you learn to be a better person when you've got somebody next to you who can basically complement your stupidity. But it helps. But so I'm going to be honest, Ben, and I know this is going to sound like crap from somebody of my age. You're young. At the end of the day, what's going to happen is that girl you're going to try and talk to or ask her out or anything else like that, she'll probably say, if she says no, she says no. But you've got the rest of your life to do stuff, and that's the truth of it. They'll keep you in check and vice versa. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a way of balancing yourself out. As said, when you're young, you go through bits and pieces. And that one girl that may turn you down or say no, or you might go out for a couple of weeks and then everything just comes crashing down anyway. That's part of life. It's just part of the whole, like, joys of. I mean, when I was 13, I went out with a girl when I was 13, and she's on my Facebook now, but she's got like 5 kids. I still see her as a friend, but I didn't want 5 kids. If you don't mind me asking, does your wife, or does she have a YouTube channel? No, she doesn't. I have tried to coax her into doing a YouTube channel because she knits and she's very good at what she does. And she's basically told me to go away, but in like more harsher terms. But yeah, she doesn't have a channel. She used to do like a little podcasty thing with a few things, but that never went online. That was just like them talking on it. It was almost like a radio show. But apart from that, no, she doesn't really want to do it. I want to become a decent friends with her, because if I tried anything more now, then it's not going to last or go over it. It could be completely different. Yeah, that's what he said. Like, as he said, he goes, wait and build up a friendship first. Yes, build up the friendship first. That's all you can do. You build up a friendship, and if you two are happy and it works, then yeah, you can take that to like the next section of life. But I mean, people do spend their entire lives with just one person. They can find them as early as like 14, even earlier, and that could be the only person they ever go out with for the entirety of their life. But that means they've just found the right person quicker. It can happen. My mum and dad have been together since they were, I think they've been together since my mum was 15, and my dad was 16. And then I screwed up. Well, I basically ended up being the reason why my mum and dad had to just grow up very quickly. Yeah, no, I am. Also, she's 2 years older than you. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? She's gonna say no and laugh, but you got more testicles on you than other people who wouldn't do it. Take your time. There's no rush. Exactly. I mean, you're young. Hey, Hybrid, I just noticed you're almost at 20,000. I am, yes, and it's getting closer. The goal for this year was 25k. I was going to take it slow, like basically my entire career on YouTube. Yeah, it's getting like 19,300, I think, nearly around that. But like I said, I mean, people subscribe and go away all the time, so I'm okay with it. But I think if I got to like 25k, then games companies start seeing me as an actual person, which is quite nice. Yep. Yeah, I would say that. Like 18,000 people probably subscribe to this channel and then they don't care anymore. But that's just normal. You see, if you look at Jacksepticeye, just check out his channel. He's what, 30 million subscribers. How's the leaderboard treating you? Yeah, it's doing all good, man. Thank you very much for asking. So what, Jacksepticeye's on like 30 million subscribers. Look how many average views he gets on his videos. Like probably 1%. So he doesn't get everybody to watch his channel. Some people stop watching, others don't, and so on. It just happens. That is again, it's the joys of YouTube. Not everyone's going to watch all of your content. Some people subscribe and catch up with you every now and then, and it just becomes part of the rat race of YouTube, really. But I'm alright with it. At the end of that, I mean, I know people will forget about me and people come back every now and then. And I've had people come in and go, man, I haven't been here since you were on like 6,000. It's like, yeah, it happens. So I'm not worried about it. If the number keeps going up, the number goes up. It's fine. But for me, it's more if the people are turning up and they're having a conversation and they're becoming part of the community that surrounds the channel. That's more important, because the people who come in and chat know that this channel alone, you're allowed to have a chat and ask questions and everything else, and really not be told to go away or anything. I try and make as much time as possible for people, because in fairness, some people don't get that time. Well, I'm glad I found you, because you're my favourite streamer. Thank you very much. Even though I'm a boring old git. But I'll be fine. You're a cool YouTuber. I like you and I like you and Dre videos. Yeah. I tried to be like Dre and Blitz for a while, but it turned out I'm probably better off just being me. So, you know, the way that I do stuff is just the way I do stuff. When I do my videos, I don't aim for getting like 1 million views. I just aim for just doing something, you know. And they're the people that I look up to and be like, you know what, I'd love a channel that big. But the way that I make my content and my videos, I'll never be that channel because I don't do what they do. I'm very focused on like other things. You know, I'm more focused on trying to help people in a video or trying to show something little off. I don't really make a spectacle of a video unless the video is like how to get like $1 million out of this, that and the other. But yeah, I've spoken to them a couple of times about like how to make content like them, and they literally just said, you know, I mean, all you have to do is just like bow to the people, really. You're looking to make videos that people want to watch, and that's what they do. They make videos you want to watch. For me, I make videos that try to help somebody. You might not necessarily want to watch it now, but you might want to watch it in 6 months' time when you get stuck. Did your wife just go yeah in the background when you said yeah, I'm a boring old git? And she said yes. That's just Kerry. She calls her dad boring old git. But yeah, just one of those things. Oh, I know. Yeah. Has she ever featured on your channel? She'd be the perfect heckler. That's what she does do. She heckles me sometimes, and that's fine. I wonder what the next topic is going to be. Don't know. Figure it out as you go. You're not that boring, I know worse. Well, you probably do. But it's the way that I refer to myself. So it's because I don't really lead a massively interesting life. As a person, I look after my kids, I look after my wife. I don't go out like Formula 1 driving, I don't go to Santa Pod and like race drag cars. I just live a life. You know, so it's the reason why I say that I live a boring life now. Like when I was younger, most of my life was working, getting drunk, and just basically screwing up. That was my life. Going to Download Festival and getting absolutely hammered whilst watching bands and everything else was my life. When I was a DJ, going out and basically like entertaining crowds of people, that was my life. And now I'm just a dad, and I'm a husband, and I'm a part-time YouTuber. Yeah, I'm basically your normal average person. And that's why I refer to myself as boring, because that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Just live your life and do what you think is best. So for me, the things that I think I can do the best is look after other people. Because me personally, I'm sort of beyond help. So I just carry on. And if I can make people smile and I can make people happy, then, or if I can just be that person that someone wants to go to and talk to, then so be it. Come here, bucket. How old are my kids now? One's 7 and one's 5. So yeah, I've been on here, yeah, too long. We can do this. Plans for any more kids? No. Number 1, no. Number 2, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm too old. Like kids are. We had them. I would say that at the right time. You know, if you have them too young, I feel that you sort of miss those younger years of your own life. But then if you have them too old, then you can't appreciate it a lot more. So I figured that where I am now, yeah, I'd say that we had them at the right time. You know? Whereas, like, for me, like, Kerry, she used to go out and she used to have her own, like, you know, go out, get drunk, enjoy with her friends and so on and so forth. It was the same for me. I went out, got drunk and had fun with my friends and lived my life. But once you get past, like, a certain point, everybody else around you is doing that sort of, well, you know, I'm going to move in with my girlfriend. I'm going to go and do this. That's sort of roughly when I got married. That's when everybody else started to get married and live with their partners and have kids. So I sort of, yeah, we had it at the right time. Now it's more, we're sort of just calming down. You know? You calm down, you got a couple of kids, they drive you mad for a couple of years and then they start getting better. That's how my dad basically said it. And over time, you just appreciate the fact that you have stories from your younger years and you have stories from when you're as a family as well. And you're not too old to do stuff and you're not too young to basically be a twat anymore. That's how I see it. But yeah, we're not having any more. No way. Especially after all the health problems that Kerry's been through over the last sort of like 4 years. It's been horrible. I don't think she'll be able to have like do it anymore, like have kids anyway, because after going through chemo and everything else, like there's just too much like pain there now. So yeah, it just comes down to like circumstances. But I think even at that point, you know, I'm too old for like new kids. What part of the map am I on? That part. I'm digging these squares out now, so I can actually untoggle this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. This is what I'm digging now. Let's get going. I'll read in a second. Oh, I've got to do all this again. Right, let's go. How am I doing the leaderboard? Actually, I mean, I just like mounted up and I have no idea. 28th. I've gone up 2 places. Yay me. They start as a pain, but they get better as they probably become a pain again when they become teens. Yeah, I'm sort of ready for it, if I'm going to be honest. But I'm hoping, if I'm going to be sort of like in that sort of like trying to predict the future sort of thing, I'm hoping by teenagers that Logan has basically decided he just wants to chill out and do stuff, and that's cool, and he gets focus on something. And I hope Ollie starts like not tantruming as much, but we'll figure that out as we go. I think the reason why Ollie tantrums is because he's the second child, and he's basically just trying to like assert dominance, and all he gets is in trouble because he's got to deal with his dad, and I'm a dickhead, right? It's just that simple. I'm an argumentative moron most of the time. So if a 5-year-old kid is going to come up to me and go, "Daddy," I'm going to go to him back and have a go at him. That's just how me and him are. And most of the time he comes up to me, sits on my lap and cuddles up, and then other times he's throwing a wobbly at me. When I'm 20, Logan is going to be 14. Yeah. Yeah. He is. Yeah. Yeah, he'll be 14, and then he'll be like, "Dad, I'm going out with my girlfriend." Yeah, or boyfriend, you never know. You know, he'll forge his own life. At the moment, he's sort of like math obsessed, so we'll see how that goes. He does like to read. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just see how life treats you. I'm probably still going to be sitting here in 7 years' time, so I'll let you know how things are going. I'll just have a lot more grey hairs in the beard by then. Actually, at that point, you never know, I might just be full on grey. I'll be like a wizard. Ah, they started. I would stay longer if I wasn't so tired. That's not a problem. Thank you very much for just being here anyway. It's most appreciated. If you have enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the like button. How long have you been a YouTuber? I started really late in 2018. Or did I? Did I get 2019? I think... Give me a sec. I actually have all my certificates of when I did stuff. Because I'm sad and I kept them all. Where's my YouTube folder? Because if I can find that, I can tell you when I started. My history file. Where's that? History. My setup, music, fonts, emojis, channel 1 timeline. There we are. So I got my first 1,000 subscribers. Okay, so January 2018, I hit 1,700 subs. So I've been on here since 2017. There you go. 2017, I started. Good night, Nat. Have a good one. I'll probably still be watching you in 7 years. Yeah, probably. Maybe. Might have been forgotten by them. But my first year on YouTube was like, I did way too much, and I didn't pace myself at all. So the reason why my video count's so high. Do you have a silver play button? No, you need 100,000 subscribers for that. I'm coming up to 1/4 of that. So my first year on YouTube, I got 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours because I did 350 live streams and videos, and I pushed it way too fast. I would say that first year I basically almost burnt myself out completely, and it wasn't a good time. I sort of see it as, number one, I see it as a massive mistake. I didn't take the time to learn anything. I just did, and that was really bad. And I sort of, if I could go back and do it again, I probably would sort of slow it down a bit, because rushing as I did was stupid. And I sort of do wish I could go back and restart and do it all over again, but take my time, do things a bit better, and learn from what I should have been doing. But yeah, it was just one of those things. So yeah, 2017 I started. 2018 I would say would be when I actually properly started, when I was actually able to like focus on certain things and do certain things. And I became, I would say at that point, probably a better creator because I was taking my time more instead of rushing for the next thing and the next thing. And evolution with the channel is, I always knew this wasn't going to be one of those channels that was going to hit like a massive amount of views or subscribers straight away. And the reason why I knew this is because I didn't come onto YouTube and go, oh, you know what, I just want 1 million subscribers. The reason why I did that is because I'm older and I have a little bit more of sort of like a level head of like my expectations of where things should go, instead of just trying to be like the next 15-year-old kid who's like, dude, if I don't get 1 million subscribers soon, I'm going to commit suicide, because that's not a good way to be. And I'm not really as focused on numbers as if you look at people on Instagram and TikTok. They're always like, oh my god, I just want to be like, I want to have like 1 million subscribers, I want to do this. And it's like, what are you actually going to get out of life from that? Apart from you might get your 5 minutes of fame, and then you'll be part of the furniture, and then you'll be part of the garbage pile because people don't care about you anymore. So I decided back then I'm going to go for the longevity thing, because that's it. Is it hard to become a YouTuber? It's not as hard as having a full-time job, but it's still a lot of work. And when I say that, I don't say that lightly, because I come from a point of when I used to work my arse off just to live. Okay? But YouTube is a different game. YouTube is, if you set your expectations like massively too high and you never reach that, then you're gonna basically put yourself into like this spiraling depression of crap, because you're always focusing on the numbers more than what you actually do. My advice to any young creator is basically go to school, learn something, and have something to fall back on. And even Pirate Software talks about this in the gaming world. So if you're a gaming developer, you keep to your full-time job, you do a side project on the side so you still have money coming in, and if your game is able to support you after it's finished and it gets put out and people really enjoy it and play it and make loads of money from it, then give up your job. YouTube is one of those things you do as a side gig to start with, and if you're able to give up your 9 till 5, then that's okay for you. Congratulations, you've beaten the system. But then you have to keep that pace up, and that basically in your head you have to keep that mentality going for the rest of your entire career on YouTube. So yeah, as a full-time job, you've got job security. You can be in a job for like 30-40 years of your life, earn a decent amount of money, and get through each day as it comes, and genuinely just be a person, and that's all good. That's how I used to be. The only reason why I do YouTube is because I'm a full-time carer, and after I quit my job to basically become a full-time carer, so I took this up as a side hobby. I was like, you know what, I just want to make videos, I want to do this, and that's what I did. So when people come up to me and I've had people come in here before and they have a go at me because apparently I don't know what it's like to live in the real world, and I go and get a job so I can understand things. I understand them perfectly, because when I was working almost double what any normal person would work. I was working 70 hours a week. I was working all those extra long shifts just to try and keep a rent over my head. So being a creator isn't as hard as that, but you do have to have a mindset. You do have to have the mental stableness of doing it, because as soon as you make yourself public, people will form an opinion of you. You have to basically be thick-skinned just in case someone critiques your channel or anything you do. If you get into an argument, you have to basically sit here and say, look, you have to become level-headed. You have to be able to argue with people and put across a good point and listen to someone else's side of the story at the same time, whilst basically defending yourself because of your own views. You're just a dedicated player, you love and chat. Yeah, basically, I'm one of those people. So people pick up the idea of being a YouTuber for whatever reason. They'll do it because they love the game, or they love the idea of like sharing their passion, and I completely understand that. My more worrying idea in life is when I think at the moment it's 56% of all American children, their top listed job, they want to be a YouTuber. The problem with it is the competition of doing this. And like I said, if you're in that mentality, you think you deserve something but you haven't earned it, then you're going to be the ones that have the problem. So as I said, I came into this doing this thing because number one, I wanted to. Number two, it was something I could get better at, or maybe like be entertaining. And at the end of the day, I kind of sit here and just go, I'm just going to carry on. Doing this is just easier for me. Because whilst I'm able to be a full-time carer and look after my kids, I can do this when my kids are at school. So I don't have to look after my children whilst making a video or live streaming. If we have to, let's say that like Kerry has a bad day where she's not able to get around as much because of like her mobility, so I will do the housework. I will sit here and I won't sit here, I'll go off and do the hoovering, or I'll clean out the kitchen, and then the next day I'll clean out the bedroom, and then the next day. Basically, I've got a set list of jobs to do in my head every day, and then I come on and do this. My life around this is whatever I'm needed to do. And I do that because that's what I should be doing. When I was a kid, we wanted either to be an astronaut, a firefighter, drive a garbage truck. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a skateboarding rock star. Number one, I can't skateboard, and number two, I tried the rock star thing. It's all right. I've been in several bands over the years. I was a lead vocalist, and that was cool. And then my migraine started to affect me. The medication I have has actually started to give me like black spots in my brain. So not like a medical condition, but like I can't remember certain things. So when it comes to remembering lyrics from songs that I was writing, I couldn't remember them. And I started that started about sort of like 4 or 5 years ago. And even when I was trying to be in a band and stuff, I was still having trouble remembering lyrics, and it basically just sucks. I can recite things like Limp Bizkit all the time and like all the stuff I grew up with, but when it comes to writing original music now, it's just so hard for me to remember it, and I can't. It's just bad. But yeah, it was fun when I was doing it. You're a good YouTuber because you are just wise. I'm a wise old sage of knowledge and life. I'm not wise. That's never going to be a thing. No, I would just say that, like, I would say that when you get to a certain point in your life, you basically try and help people along their own way. I've never experienced wanting to be anything. That's good. Oh no, one of my people just got attacked by a bear. Damn, he's going to be on rest for a while. Oh, that's going to suck. It's because I haven't got a foreman. He's resting. He'll be out for a few days. That's not good. It means I'm going to be back to like just doing one of those trips. Fun and games. Giant penis. Sorry, he's got a couple of days of rest. Well, maybe a day. Hopefully he'll be back to it. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, it was always wanting to be something. So you always wanted to be like a WWE star, or you always wanted to be a skateboarder. You just had like little things. But like nowadays, everybody wants to be a social media influencer. And this is where I feel like the decline of like most working life's going to be disappearing. Everyone's going to be trying to strive to be a live streamer or a YouTuber or like product tester or, you know, an Instagram model or OnlyFans and that sort of thing. And it'll get to a point where like people don't want to work in shops anymore, so there's going to be no shops anymore, and you'll just have everything done online. No one's going to want to work in an office anymore, so everyone's going to work at home, and you'll just leave everything continuously, and everyone will just be in their own little bubbles. Ready Player One. Sorry, but I've got to go to a birthday party. Have a great birthday party. I don't mind birthday parties, even if it's kids ones. I just, you know, it's all good. You just turn up and be like, yay! Obviously with my children there, not like someone else's kid's birthday party, and none of my kids are. Do you think Foundry ever will get released? Maybe, at some point. Maybe. We'll see. I hope it does. Foundry looks pretty cool. I played the demo of it. I played 2 demos of it now. I played what I think was like an early alpha, and then I played the one that came out a couple of months ago. It's sort of a cool looking game. I just hope it does come out at some point. This will sort itself out to be a certain degree of wage increase. Yeah, maybe. I see it here with people working in supermarkets. See, I did all that. I did that grunt work. Oh, the birthday party's at bowling alley. Even better. I love bowling. Can I come? Oh. I played the Stream Next Fest version. Yeah. Foundry is a pretty cool game. If it does come out, I can see myself like knocking a good couple of hours into it, like live streaming, because I think it's just one of those games. Apparently I can go to the birthday party. Ah. No, Nicky, no. Shows up to a random kid's birthday party. Yeah, that's not dodgy at all. But yeah, I would say that like when you get to a certain age and you've got like younger kids asking you certain questions about how to do certain things, I think like parental instincts come in, and it's just you start trying to help them like guide their own their life. So you end up just sort of trying to be almost like a big brother to them, and it's the same with people on here. If you ask me something, I'm going to give you an honest opinion, and I'll try and give you some sort of like life advice that maybe I didn't follow, that probably would have been better if I followed it, you know. I only ever have one regret in my life, and it would have changed like financial situation, but I would have probably still done YouTube. I'd have still done everything else. But I don't really regret anything I ever did in my life, because everything I did sort of made me the person I am. So you learn from your mistakes, you screw up, you basically just carry on and sort of work on it. That's just how it is. I can just imagine you doing that and saying, yeah, they hired me as a clown. But I'd just turn up with like goth paint on. Hey man, you wanted a clown? I'm depresso. I'm like, I still want to slip my wrist right now. Emo, it's an emo clown. Emo clown! Or just dress up as Richmond from the ID crowd. I'll be alright then. Peace out, man. Have a good one, Henry. But yeah, that's how I see things. I need my fuel tank, which means I need my truck. I can't do face paints on people. I can't. Like drawing on people's faces is funny, but like drawing on 5-year-olds, kids, like everyone would just look like Gene Simmons. What do you want to be when you grow up? A guitar player, a bass player. It's all good. I like to do YouTube, but I don't think I could get through the editing. Editing sucks. So I do all my own editing, and I hate my own voice. And the way that I edit things now is a lot more it's a lot more like structured than it used to be. Nowadays it's not too bad, but when you're first starting, I mean, I don't edit a lot, so I mean, I literally just cut a video up and it basically looks all right. I'm not one of those people to put like loads of effects in and stuff because I think it's pointless. And if you're going to watch a video, I'm not here to make a flipping animated like ultra like series. I'm not here to sit there and like begale you with like funny sound effects and all this other crap. I'm here to show you something, and if you don't like what I'm showing you, then chances are you probably won't want to watch the rest of my stuff. But I don't see the point in chucking all the effects and everything else in it, because I just don't like it myself. And I think if I was to create videos like that, the same as like everybody else, then I sort of lose me, because then people are just there to watch all the effects or the funny meme moments. And I've done it a couple of times just to see if it worked. It doesn't. Basically, a lot of the people that watch this channel are either here because of Hybridsteel, you're either here because you like talking to me on a live stream, or you've watched one of my other videos and gone, you know what, I'll subscribe to him, he's alright. That's the people that normally just stick around, and I'm alright with that. I don't mind it. But I don't like doing all the over-the-top editing stuff, and that's why I don't do it. I keep it very simple, and I don't stress out too much about it. And then when I do live streams, I can't do any editing, so that's why I do live streams like right now. Badonk, thank you very much for gifting 5 members. Ah, boom to you, sir. Someone might become members now. Ben, Lee Leaper, Tim Sheen, Fanthos, Merlin Simmons, and Mike Temple. Congratulations, you will become members. Some hearts in chat for Badonk there. Most appreciated. Pardon me. Oh, GG's. Welcome to the Hybrid clan. You're all roadies, I think. I don't know which members you are. But that's just how it is. Aztec Gaming, lots of hearts, thank you. It is such a fun thought of you at random kids' birthday. No, I couldn't do it. I've been like over the last couple of weeks. I've been to a couple of kids' parties because of like the kids being invited. But yeah. What is your plan for? What is my plan for Nighthawk this season? I want to try what Split was trying to teach me. So, the way that Split was teaching me, he said basically, if you can get this right, then you'll be producing more dirt. You'll be producing more gold than anybody on Leaderboard. I was like, okay, cool. What did you do? He goes, well, first off, what you got to do is you've got to do this, and he showed me what I've got to do, and if I can get it right, then it will work. Even if I can get half of what he said right, it should be a lot better. I'm not going to talk about it until I get there, because then I've got to put it into practice, and it's a lot of prep work as well, but it pays off because you're able to strip out most of Nighthawk and earn quite a lot of cash in the whole brunt of things without having to do too many resets as well. So when I get to that point, I will show you. I've just got to be able to do it myself, and that's the harder point. It's literally trying to do the whole thing myself. But I will do it, hopefully, and it will come to fruition, and we'll see how things go. The image of a 40-year-old guy at a children's birthday party. No, so yeah, no, that would just be creepy. It's just creepy, man. Because guarantee, you'd turn up and everyone just goes, who are you? Oh, I'm just here. Why? That guy let me know I could come. Well, it's not his party. Why are you here? Like, well, because he said I could come. Don't you think that's a bit creepy? Yes, but there was a guy in my chat. In chat? Oh, yeah, I'm a streamer. Oh, right, okay. So you're a streamer who got invited to a kid's birthday party by a stranger on the internet. Yeah, I thought it was strange as well. Yes, it's very strange. And that would be that conversation. And then I'd get arrested. Someone would be frantically phoning 999 as literally as soon as I turned up. Yeah, there's a strange man at our kid's birthday party. He's not invited. Right. He just said he was invited by some guy off the internet. Right. Okay. Yeah. A little bit creepy. I'll get arrested properly. It'd be like, I'm in jail. Where's Hybrid? He's not streaming. No, he got 5 years in prison for turning up at a kid's birthday party. Yeah. Cheers, Ben. I'll be 5 years later. I'll be back on stream. Hi, guys. Yo, what happened to you, Hybrid? I got tattooed. Why? I was in prison. Thanks to Ben. I have autism and playing games in my life. Excellent. You're a gamer through and through. It's all good. Might get shot in the... Exactly. I'm in the UK. I might get stabbed. We don't do much shooting. Everyone gets stabbed over here, apparently. But yeah, it would be a very, very creepy time. I think it's probably not worth the risk. You know, like evaluating everything that's in my life right now. No, I'm okay. You know, I'm not going to turn up to some fucking kid's birthday party. Unless my kid was invited and he gets to go as well. Then it looks a little bit better. I think we need to shuffle backwards a bit, don't we? I need the truck to be there. So I knew this was going to happen. So it just means I'm shuffling back a bit and I'm taking another load of dirt. Shuffling back a bit and taking a load of dirt. So this is sort of what I had in plan anyway. And I knew it was going to happen, so it's fine. But technically, I should be able to get quite a lot of dirt out of this. Yeah, that does. It just sounds wrong, man, on quite a lot, you know. So no. Hey, Mr. Tills, sorry I'm late on the break. Nah, dude, you're not late. I've got a couple of hours left. You're all right. Don't worry about it, man. People have lives. Live your life. Be happy. Come by the stream if you're ever free. But seriously, don't give up on your lives. Just come and talk to me. Do all your stuff first before you come here. Be happy. We're just digging away from the troubles in my life. I'm digging away. I will be happy when they get updates for console to get leaderboard working. Oh, for console. Yeah, I think they're working on that sort of this year, because like the people who used to work on the game only got it to a certain point and then they just basically stopped. So the people that are working on the game now, the new team, These guys are the ones that are having to pick up the pieces. So console is on their radar. They do have to sort it out. So they are going to get there eventually. Going by what I've read, they'll be all right. It's just one of those things. It's this is what like I've tried to get across to people, and same with Split. He's tried. The people who are working on the game now are a different team. Completely new, completely everything. They've been working on it for a year, and now they're starting to fix the game. Now it's starting to be worked on. So, yeah. How's things for you, bruvs? I'm doing alright, man. Like today, the kids have been alright. We went down to their nan's house. They're basically they're trying to condense down half their stuff because they're looking to like slow down. You know what I mean? They're trying to narrow down to a smaller house because they don't need as much stuff anymore. So, yeah, that was all right. They were okay. They didn't cause as many problems as normal. We did a tip run, did some bits and pieces, and then we were all right. But apart from that, we're all good. Got to go out tomorrow, and then I'll be back home. I'll be streaming tomorrow night as well. And then same with the rest of the week. The problem with the rest of the week is that I now have to stream in the evenings because I can't stream during the day. So that's going to be like killing for me. Because I always find if I'm streaming at night, it's always a pain in the ass to like wake up the next day and like it feels like I've got a hangover. So that'll be fun. I'll deal with that and we'll carry on. It'll be all right on the night. It will be cool. But we've done what? 3 hours and 26 minutes already. I'm hoping once I get this row done, we'll be able to move. We'll be able to get to Nighthawk and be like, yay! But what's about to happen is I'm going to get hit. Did you ever play Homeworld? No, I never played Homeworld. Never bought it. Let's dump the rest of this in here. Up we go. Any new games tickled your pickle? Yep. I like the look of Space Trucker, which I will if it comes out after I'm sort of like because obviously like with the whole Hydroneer DLC stuff, I might be able to put Space Trucker on something I do. Other than that, like Next Fest with me was a little bit sort of stale. I didn't really see anything I really looked like I would enjoy. There was a couple of sim games I could probably do for like short content, like you know it's gonna last me like a week, maybe two. But yeah, nothing really that really wants me that I'm sitting there just going, you know what, I really want to play this game. Yeah, like I said, Space Trucker was one thing that I like the look of, and I think it's got an interesting concept. We'll see how things go on that one. Mainly just because, well, it looks all right. Graphically, it looks pretty cool as well. It looks like a proper solid game as well. So we'll see about that one. Have you ever seen Dealer Sim? Yeah, I played Dealer Sim. Back here, I played the first one, and then every video I made of it got demonetized, so I never played it again. And now Dealer Sim 2's coming out. I'm not going to play it because I get demonetized because of the content that's in the game. The worst part about making content about a game called Drug Dealer Simulator is that YouTube doesn't really like it, so there's a problem there. Space Trucker seems to be VR exclusive. Diesel was playing it without anything like that. He was playing it just bog standard. Give me a sec. Put it up on. It's on Lurk It. Sim. Drive Rally. Camper Renovator. That's another one I want to look into. You know, all those people going out. Oh, Star Trucker. Sorry. This one. Let me just pull this up over here. So this is the one I'm on about. Sorry. Star Trucker. This looks pretty cool.
Safety first, so be careful around electronics and go easy with that airlock. You don't want to become a human popsicle. Rule number 2, look after your truck and your truck will look after you. So patch up pinholes, keep the fuel tank topped up, and try not to ride those thrusters too hard for too long. Rule number 3, take time to stock up on supplies. You'll want the 4-packs nice and cold, any essentials close to hand. Rule number 4, always get the job done. Hitch, jump, and haul that cargo on time, and you'll never be short a dime. And lastly, be sure to enjoy the ride.
Comes out this year. But I like the look of it, and I was like, you know what? I'll chuck my name into it and see what happens. So yeah, it's on my list of things that I wouldn't mind trying. And it looks alright. I watched yeah, I've got it. I watched Diesel play it. I thought it looked pretty cool. So yeah, I was it looked pretty alright. And it's basically trucking in space, and you know, it looked cool. So that's one thing. And then I was looking at Camper Renovator because I like the idea of like Pimp My Ride Camper Edition. You know, you basically make stuff like van lifers. I thought that was alright. And I've got a friend who's a van lifer, so it sort of fit the boat of like him. But yeah, apart from that, no, there's nothing really that like sets me off and like, oh my god, I really must play this. Like, not new releases at least. Like I said, I'm going to be playing like Hybridsteel, because obviously it's like new DLC. It's going to be a lot bigger map. There's going to be a lot of stuff to do in it, and I'm looking forward to like jumping in again. But at the same time, I was like, is there anything new that's really gonna like really go for it? And I'm like, no. And I think basically what we've done is we've come to the end of like the COVID games. And what I mean by this is that when COVID was running rampant, people went into their studios and they were like, well, you know, we don't know how long this is going to be, so we'll just make games and be happy. And I feel that those people who were making games, all their games have come out now, and now we've gone back to like standard, and it's like, oh, there's not really a lot coming out anymore. And I think that's where we're up to. So we're going back to that like more basic pace of like the gaming industry now, which is a bit of a shame, but at the same time, it's all right. They'll figure it out as they go. Unfortunately, I have to take the greats off for this one because the guy got attacked by a bear. So we have to do his job. Which sucks. But yeah, it'll be one of those games that if I jump into, it was, yeah, I think it would be good as a little live stream game. Actually, no, there is one other game. Sorry, Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive looked pretty nice. Looks pretty cool as well. Good little concept, and being able to upgrade a car and go through like electrical storms and all the other stuff that looked all right. But yeah, nothing really else stands out to me. Maybe it's just because I'm looking at things with like Hybridsteel in mind, and I know how long that's going to last me, then I can't really do much else about it. Give me a sec. Let me just turn this on and we'll go from there. Big pump, gold nugget. Hybrid, would you ever consider playing sim games based on your old jobs? Drug dealer sim doesn't count. I was never a drug dealer, so that'd be fine. My old jobs. So I've already done that technically. One of my jobs was working in a supermarket. I'd done that several times. And that would be one of those things where, like, I would play, I don't know, what was it, Trader Life sim? Yeah, where you own a shop and you basically serve people and you just get annoyed with customers over time. That is one of my jobs I used to do. They haven't really released a game called Call Center Simulator, so I've done that as well. Call center work wasn't too bad. I did several jobs within that center. So number one, I did technical support and PC work for an ISP. So I worked for an internet service provider called Bolt Blue, and they were pretty alright. They did alright. And then I worked in the other half of the call center, which was literally cold calling. And cold calling is, I don't know, if you think it's bad, like getting one of those phone calls from somebody who's like, hey, we're just going to talk to you about this for a minute. I've been one of those people, and it's a demoralizing job. But I was working for PC World. So the contract came through from PC World Business. And basically what we had to do is phone up their entire customer directory. We had something stupid like 50,000 records to go through. And we had to phone up every single one of them and basically make sure their details were up to date and ask them a load of questions about their business, basically so PC World had a better understanding of their customer base, so they could forward off like the proper material to get them better into like their more accounts. So hey, this guy's like, he's got like 4 people working for him. What is his needs? Well, he might need a new NAS, he might need a new couple of PCs. We might be able to sort him out a deal, that sort of thing. And so one of the biggest companies I phoned, and I'm not even going to lie, when I looked at this record and I crapped myself, because the person I had to phone up was Jerry Adams. And Jerry Adams was the leader of Sinn Féin, and he has quite a big company. So I ended up talking to his receptionist about like how big they were and so on and so forth. That was the biggest contract I had to phone up, and that was ridiculous. But yeah, and then I've done all the other crappy call center stuff as well. But yeah, phoning up for Jerry Adams and be like, hey, I need to talk to you about like Sinn Féin and the Irish the Irish parties and this, that, and the other, and talk about your business. I don't know if they're not going to really disclose how much they make on an annual basis. Let's put it that way. But they did discuss how many people they had working for them. Working like doing a steel factory simulator, that would be one boring ass game. I would actually probably not play it because I used to do it, but then Real Civil Engineer actually played a game that was basically his old job, so I don't know, maybe. But my job was boring. Like, my job was plating saw blades and working in nickel tanks and sulfuric acid. Is there a gigolo simulator? I think there is actually a brothel simulator. So yeah, there probably is. Go find that for yourself if you really want. I wouldn't. Just because I know how much trouble you'd get into. But no, that was one of my jobs. And then I would say PC building simulator would be quite cool, because I've done that as like, I built my own computer, I built Kerry's computer. I'm capable of building computers, so yeah, that's one of those things I can do. I don't think I could use it as a job though, which is a shame. Need you over here, young bucket. Ugh. Excellent. Have we just got one bucket? We've got one bucket left, and you're done. Now I just gotta wait. That was good timing, that one. Excellent. Is there a teacher simulator? There is one on. Actually, you're not. You might not believe this. I can't remember if it's in my wish list or not. If it isn't, I'm going to try and find it for you. So all these games, by the way, are the ones I was looking at a while ago. There it is. See, there's a game for bloody everything, and it's called Your Principal. Ready? And oh, there it is. Your Principal. You become a teacher. There you go. You can grade all your kids. I don't know if this game is ever going to come out, but if it does, this would be one of those like holy shit games. But there you go. There's the game. I'll turn it off now. You wanted a teacher simulator. Yeah, I got one. As I said, I don't think it's ever going to come out. I think it's just one of those like, we got a trailer for a game. It might be fun, but I don't think it's ever going to come out properly. We're almost up 200 ounces of gold. We are 200 ounces of gold. I could technically just go off and rent Nighthawk now and drill it. It could be done. But then I want to finish this line so I know I've got the money. I think that's all of that done. It's done. There we go. So that was quick. I'm already up 246. That total went up well fast. You're back. Welcome back, Jack. Get your ass back. Your name is Jack and you're back. You're back. 257. This is going to be a big total. I'm hoping to hit like 300 now. See, I told you, I'm running through like the really expensive like pay dirt now. This is where it's going to start kicking up a stink for me. I'm like, you've got 100 ounces, you've got 1,000 ounces of gold. Cool. It's another 1,000,000. There we go. 284 ounces. That's pretty bloody good. So I think I hit like 170 ounces of gold in that one. I can't remember what I just did. But that was good. That was a good total. So yeah, now we go back to where I was. And I'll show you what I'm doing. This is what I'm digging. That's what I've got to left. I've got 6 more squares to dig. Are you a Burger King? Hold on. Are you Burger King and Hungry Jacks in one? No. I don't even know what that means. In the great words of Buzz Lightyear, you're a sad, strange little man. You have my pity. Yeah, well, good riddance, you loony. Are you trying the demo for Star Trucker? Yes, mate. Oh, okay. What about ice cream van sim? Not been done. If I, off the top of my head, I can't recall seeing one. But I did play burger truck sim or food truck sim, and there is a couple of other things out there that's a bit like that. Have you seen that clip of Heavy saying based on what? Heavy? Are you talking about Team Fortress 2? It's not just another drug dealer sim. No, that would be oh, what's that? What was that other game that I played? It's not fried chicken. Where I mean, you could run a donut shop. A donut shop. Worst sim idea. Ooh. Hold on. Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 2 months. She's still on Pine. Yeah, I'm basically coming to the end of Pine. I'm saving up a bit more extra money because yeah, I will. Because I can then pay for stuff. And then I'm gonna skip through till winter. Because that's the other thing. I want to skip through. I want to drill the plot. Set up my wash plant. Skip through winter. Well, actually, no. I might just get rid of everything and then skip through winter and buy up my wash plant towards the end of the season. Just see how things go. But basically, these are my last squares I'm digging because this is the richest soil I've got on the game. I'm now digging through the really rich stuff. Waiting for OnlyFans sim. Haven't seen that. Never know, it could happen. Worst sim idea though. I don't know, it's quite hard because there's a lot of really crap games out there. So yeah, it's a hard one. That I mean, out of all the stuff I've played in the past as well, I don't know. It's quite hard to go. Yeah, it's that one. Provision of rent, 190 ounces of gold. There goes all the gold I just earned. Fantastic. So I'm back down to 93 ounces. Yay me! My worst sum idea is a bit bleak, but yeah, I know what that means, and no, that's not a good idea. Basically, what I want to do really is I want to finish off spring in here, finish off this bit of gold, get over to Nighthawk. I'm going to rent it out, and then I'm just going to go and buy everything. But I need to. The problem is like getting past that whole gold thing. So just trying to like buff it up a bit. How's the digging going? Yeah, we're doing alright. On my last sort of stretch now in Pine Valley. So, yep, all good. And what I will do is I want to dig out the rest of these squares as much as I can. Get my ass over to Nighthawk, and basically, well, it's 10:30 now. I've got like an hour and a half left, so I don't know. I'm probably still going to be digging here. Did you try Prison Sim? I tried the demo, yeah. Demo was alright, actually. Game? I've never bought the game. Sleeping sim would be the worst. I don't know. Actually thinking about it, some of the worst ideas for sim games. Rock sim, where you literally play as a rock. There is a game called Tree Sim. Guess what you do in that? And that sort of thing. They're basically crap games. They're someone's just idea of a joke dev. Like, cool. Yeah, I made Rock Sim. You can play as a rock. Cool. Alright, that's really not worth the actual play. All good then. Goat Sim? Goat Sim's flipping hilarious. Goat Sim is actually an amazing game. It's just random funny. Not to be underestimated, that game. And how you know the devs have a sense of humour? Their first game was Goat Sim. Their second game was Goat Sim 3. Oh, you have got to be joking. What the fudge is wrong with this then? It says there's no water. What? What do you mean there's no bloody water? I'm literally standing in it. What? It still says there's no water. The hose is blocked. Surely that would say that it's broken then, right? Well, only way to test is to buy a new one. Too much water? Well, maybe. I just clicked on the bank. I don't need the bank. I need equipment. Parts. Accessories. Where are the hoses? There they are. It'd be funny. Yeah, you can't use this. Why not? There's just too much water. Right. I think at that point I'd probably question sanity. But it's literally been working this whole time. Are we saying that I can't pump that much water, even though it has never stopped me before? Is the pump broken? I don't think so. Let me just save the game. Main menu, yes. I'm going to drop out the game and load it back up and see if a reset actually works for it. So give me a second. Makes no bloody sense though. How am I at 59 on the pump though? It shouldn't be that high ever. That's why it's got a little. It makes no sense. Apparently I've still got 3 days till summer. Yeah, I sent it back. Or did I load the wrong one? Oh, supposed to load that one. I'll load that one. Yeah, that's the autosave. I loaded the wrong game. I'm very sorry. I loaded my main save and not the autosave. This makes no sense. So that's a painful thing to happen. There's only one thing running. It's working again now, apparently. Do you ever sit there and say, I feel like playing Hydra? Nope. No, the mag separator was just fine. So that's all on now. It's off. Yeah, but that shouldn't have messed around too much with that, surely. That's mad, man. It's a bit dark here, don't worry. No, I can't do this because it's all like I need to know which line I'm reversing to. Yeah, I don't like it when it gets all rainy and everything in this because it's like, it's not great. It's really dark. What's better, farming sim with mining or Hydroneer with mining? I haven't really played farming sim to have an opinion on that. So, I'm not going to say nothing on that one. That's how I see that though. Eight people on Twitch, how you doing? They're there. It's all good. Did I just find it? I did. I've been looking for this. So if I go into my gold map, how have I missed that much gold in that square? That square there is worth loads. It's a really rich square. It's like, no, I've got to take it. Right. Now I need my dump truck to park up next to me. Should be good enough. Oh, right. If I'm right, this one block has got 500 ounces of gold in it. So I have to take it. 500 ounces is £500,000 and that's a good amount of money. So this square that I'm digging out, which is 393, pretty sure. In your opinion, what is the most irritating achievement on Hydroneer? Grow 1,000 vegetables. That's the most irritating one, because it takes so freaking long to do. Like mining everything else, doing everything, all those achievements really easy. Pulling 1,000 vegetables is just brain rot. That was my problem with the achievements list. Doing the achievements list was literally just, oh, I really enjoy this one. I enjoy this part of the game. I enjoy this. I really don't want to do this. That was worse than fishing. And I don't really see fishing as a viable thing in the game. But yeah, doing 1,000 vegetables in Hydroneer was just rot. It was disgusting. I hated it. Ten by 4 crop field tomatoes, one big load. Yeah, exactly. But it's growing that many tomatoes. It's just brain rot. I don't like the farming or fishing in Hydroneer. Never understood why they added it. Basically, it was to give the game a little bit more of a different feel. And, you know, I gotta be honest. I mean, fishing's not exactly the greatest thing in the game, but it breaks up times. Farming, because the game is called Hydroneer, he knows that the main focus of the game was mining to start with, but he was using it as a way of like, hey, Hydroneer, it's water, so this is okay for the game, you're allowed to do it. I get it, I understand it. Some people like it, some people don't. So for me, it was more of a, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this, but I'll play it. I had fun doing it, but I would say growing 1,000 vegetables just sucks balls, like completely. I just don't like it at all. I didn't really want to do it in the first place, but I had to because it's part of the achievements list. So again, just my feelings on that. What's better, farming sims or Hydroneer farming? Haven't we? No, right. You've already said that. I'm pretty sure you already said it. What's better, farming sims, mining, or Hydroneer's farming? None. You're doing some really weird comparison stuff. Never played Farming Sims. Well, I've got Farming Sim 2023. I bought the Platinum Edition because it was well cheap on CD keys. I was like, that'll do. I'm good. And the idea was I was going to just install the gold mining mods and do like gold mining on Farming Sim. But then I started playing this, and then Hydroneer's DLC was announced, so I knew something was going to give, and unfortunately Farming Sim will probably take that back seat. And then Out of Ores updates are pretty cool as well, so I'm probably going to be on that as well. It's just been fun and games on the old mining world. I went off the stream for a minute, didn't think you saw the message. I see most of the messages. No! Oh no, the hydraulic hose has blown. It's so slow. It's so... Alright, fuck it. We're going to have to come down, and bring it over this side. Yep, there we go. Right. Oh no. God damn it. Right, that is off. Fantastic. Oh, that sucks balls. Right, where's my bloody ratchet thing? I remember I was doing the achievements before the tokens boost, almost gave up. I can understand that. God damn it! Bloody hydraulic hose. The other one will go soon, so I should buy two, really. But I'll buy one, and then the other one will blow up, and I'll buy another. What I'll do is I'll buy both, and then I'll just keep the other one aside until it does blow. It's because it's rented. It's where everything starts breaking now. Just a little bit annoying. Just you wait, give it a couple of minutes and it'll be like, psh, the other hose is gone. Your wrench sounds rusty. That's the bolts, yeah. With my current crop field, I can do 120 crop spots times 3 on the amount of tomatoes that gets in 360, meaning I should have 3 full harvests. Good luck, because sometimes I don't get 3. So Star Trucker seems fun. We'll be back. We'll be back for release. Awesome. Yeah, I'm sort of, if it's not interrupting with anything I'm doing, yeah, I'm looking into it as well. It does look like a little pretty solid game. It looks like it's been well done. Like, it doesn't look half-assed either. It genuinely looks like an actually complete game that might actually be everything it says on the tin. That's going to be amazing. It's like the first time ever. So yeah, I'm sort of looking forward to it. And like I said, if it comes out whilst I'm busy, then I probably won't play it. But if I find it like later on, I might give it a go, because I think it is just going to be one of those games. It's just going to be a solid, hey look, gameplay, all good. You know, no major problems. Also, idea a tank like the pressure booster that you could put fertilizer. Well, yeah, I think that's pushing exactly your luck. Yes, it is pushing your luck, boy. Oh, I can do one more. What happens when you dig directly beneath you? Well, on this, not a lot. You fall into the hole. That's just how that is. You just fall in the hole. Right, come on, dirt. So 40%. This is 20%. Well, it's 19% per like 100. So this will put it up to between 55 and 60%. About an hour left on the stream, roughly. It's starting to kick me now. It's because I've been up early. So yeah, also the reason why I'm still on Pine Valley is because I had to spend a lot of the day away from home, so I couldn't play the game. So yeah, these last couple of hours have been my little grind to get to this point. Because if not, I would have done this today. I would have probably sat here for, I don't know, most of the day dealing with the kids as normal, and then coming back and digging a bit, dealing with the kids, and we got a 4-ounce nugget. Get in. But yeah, so I would have probably done all this today, you know, and then I'd have come back and be like, hey guys, right, we're going to go off to like Nighthawk now. Yeah. Four and a half hours is fine. Can't remember I can't remember the longest stream I used to do. I think the longest stream I used to do was a Saturday night. I used to start at 6 and finish at midnight every time. So I always used to do like 6-hour streams. Mainly that was like Hydroneer time when I was doing challenges and stuff. My longest stream I think was about 24 hours. But I'd been up for like 10 hours before I started the stream. So I'd been awake for like 30 odd hours. And I crashed hard that night. I went to bed, I was just like, no, I'm done. That was one of the few times that like Kerry was down her mum's with Logan when he was really little. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do a really long stream. I really shouldn't have done it. It was terrible. Like content-wise, was just stupid. Most of the time, it was just me. It almost just like I was monged out half the time. I can't drive a truck. Forwards, backwards, straighten up a little bit. There we go. Do it again. Nah, mate, I'm too old. Like the mind is willing, but the body says no. Because the problem is when you start getting older, you start. I mean, for being a teenager, you're completely fine. Like as you go through your like teens and 20s, you're completely fine. When you get to your 30s, you're like, you know what? I can stay in bed for a little bit longer. I'll be all right. When you get older, when you get past that, it's like nope. Just nope. You don't remember the 24-hour stream. That was horrible. Like I said, I mean, I could have done 24 hours if I'd have started when I woke up, but I started that stream 12 hours after I'd been awake. So the stream was 24 hours long. I was up for 36 hours, and there's no way I could do that again. No way. Not now, at least. Longest stream I could probably cope with is probably 12. So if I got up at like 10 o'clock in the morning, well, if I started at 10 o'clock in the morning, I could happily go through till 10 o'clock at night. Happily. Like streaming for that long doesn't faze me in the slightest. But doing a 24-hour live stream at my age, it's not going to happen. There are people who probably could do it, and like they keep themselves fit and they're healthy, and yeah, I can't do that. Well, I could, I suppose I could be a little bit healthier. Have you considered getting a driving setup, getting absolutely smashed, and trying to drive a realistic driving game? I hear it's absolutely fantastic. No, because that costs a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money. I can't build a driving simulator just to play a game. That's just not going to happen. Like, ever. Nope. I'm not. I don't really drink anymore. Like I said, I have a beer or something with a meal sometimes, but that's it. I don't get drunk like I used to. I probably couldn't even handle it now. We should do a 12-hour at Hydroneer DLC release. My problem with that is kids. I don't have a 12-hour window. So the only way that I would be able to do that is literally I could start a stream at 6 in the morning, 6 at night, and then finish at 6 in the morning the following day. And then I wouldn't be able to survive. I'd have to take the kids to school, and I'd be doomed. Kerry would sit there and just go, "What the fuck are you doing?" So I'll stream for us. What I'll do is that day it goes live, I will probably be like. Yeah, I'll probably stream it during the day or in the evening when it goes live. That's all I can really do. I probably won't go on my PlayStation that day. I'll be like, right, okay, I'm going to do Hydroneer. We'll just do a stream. So we'll just go from there. Sorry, Mr. Steele, my watching device ran out of lithium. That's alright, not a problem. But yeah, I wouldn't do a 12-hour stream because I just can't. Send the kids off to their nans. Yeah, they don't live local. So in order to get down to their nan's house, you have to drive a car 40 miles down the road. They can't just go down there for a day. My mum and dad live in Wales. They ain't going up there, are they? So video games are more important. And you're saying that as a kid. No, I've always said my family is more important than what I do. So I'll put this into perspective. If my kids have to go to hospital or anything, then they have priority over everything else. There's, you know, they are number one. Kids and wife, number one. YouTube channel, number two. Me, number three. I put a value above this, or above me, basically. Mike Temple, how you doing, sir? Welcome. Yep. Mr. Steele and Mrs. Steele and the saucepan kid lids first. Completely agree. As it should be. How's yourself and the family? Yeah, we're doing alright. Chilling out now. I gotta go to the cinema tomorrow. I gotta go and watch a fucking Paw Patrol film. But I'll be alright. I'll survive. It sounds like torture though. Like it's not gonna be fun. For them it'll be awesome, you know, and that's what I'm doing it for. I'll sit here and complain about it because I'm a dad, but like you don't go to these things to entertain. Like you go to these things to support your kids, and they can do something that's going to be all right. Any pick and mix sweets? I think they're having pick and mix. They're not having pick and mix. Drink, pick and mix, and 2 snacks. So they'll probably Ollie will probably have the snacks and the drink, but he's not big on popcorn for some obscure reason. Logan will be alright. He'll just munch away. He'll be fine. Sorry, I'm getting really tired, so some of them can seem odd. Feel free to give me a virtual slap at... No, because I don't want to get done for like virtual child abuse. In your generation get a bit like iffy if someone like sends them a message on Facebook. And you're getting tired. It's 11 o'clock. Go to bed. That's why. You're going to go watch Rubble on the double? No, it's basically... it's the sequel to the original film. I'm like, I don't really care. I'm doing it for the kids. You know, I'll turn up. I'll be happy. And they'll be like, yay, we're going to go watch this. Thankfully, it's not just my kids going. It's basically a load of kids from his class. So they're going with their parents, and I'm just going to be sitting there going, at least I'll have someone my age to talk to. I mean, Kerry will be there as well, but we'll see how things go. And when it comes down to like who talks to who. Most of us, I hope we're all sitting on the same row, and we'll just put the kids in front of us. Like all the kids can sit on their own row, and all the parents can sit behind them. My generation are a bunch of snowflakes. They really are. I feel sorry for people who realise this, and you are that generation. You're 16 years old. Hold my hand. I need to go to the toilet. There you go. It wasn't a long time, was it? Stacking up dirt. Right, 78%, so we should be right with this one. What if there's back row canoodling? No, there's not going to be none of that. It's literally kids are 5 years old, and all the parents that are turning up are parents. So if there's canoodling, then every other parent is going to be... all the other parents are just going to be sitting there going, alright, we're all going to be taking the piss. We're just going to be taking the piss out of each other. Because that's what being parents are. You've got to be embarrassing to your kids, and you've got to take the piss out of all your other parent friends. That's life. Unless the other parent friends are going through some shit, and then you become very, very sympathetic about what they're going through. Because you just sit there and just go, oh my god. Please don't let this happen to me in my life. That's all thing. It's like, oh. Oh, there it goes. Oh, the last pop that was amazing. Oh, that's better. It's loosened up my shoulders. I wonder if my worker's back to work yet. Is he back? How long do they survive if they get hit by a bear? He's still resting. That's okay. I mean, at least he's resting. That's fine. It's only when you know about the misfortunes of others and you realise that actually, yeah, we did that. Yeah, we'll probably play that Who's Fighting game. Right, I'm gonna have to send the other lot through. Oh, it's gonna get tight because this is a full load. Think it's a full season? Right, let's get this going. Two more to go. I said I need the next employee to turn up. Next one to be the guy that does this, or the guy that does the duplex jigs. Don't care which one. Don't care who. If it's that guy, then it's all good. Yeah, somebody wants to work with me. Fantastic. How it works. Oh, you retracted it. Okay. I can't read your message now. Timothy Smith. So, thanks for kicking by, though. It does mean a lot. If you're talking about Gold Rush, it's all good. I'm here to talk about it. I'm here to voice my opinions on it as well. And I'm here to criticise because, yeah, I've criticised this game in the past. It's all right. If you criticise it, they might learn something. And that's a good thing. Pop. Back! How you doing? Welcome back. Just need to peel all these off and it's all good. The next generation are now grown up with things like Cocomelon and all these incredibly attention draining stuff, and this generation before drew up at the SpongeBob and Danny Phantom. But yeah, basically, I mean, my kids are... The way that I raised my kids, they watched Cocomelon when they were infants. And they watched Blippi when they were infants. But then now they're watching... I'd say it's better grown up stuff. Well, for them at least. Cocomelon, Blippi, and things like that do have their place because they're young. But nowadays, it's like I've said before, the drain of social media is the problem with the younger generation, and I don't like it. Social media should be social, not socially consuming. Mr. Gaming, how you doing, bud? Welcome. And what I mean by socially draining is that your social life, your entire social life is online. And so you're constantly looking at a screen. You don't talk to anybody. And that's part of the problem. People, they're starting to lose the ability to have an actual conversation. Because everything has to be through text form or really short videos, because that's what you're basically being programmed with shorts and TikTok and things like that. So people stop having those cognitive social skills that made humans. That's just my point of view. I find it a little bit annoying, but I mean, it's up to you guys to fix that, because that's a you problem and not a me problem. Me problem is I go out and talk to people, or I don't go through self-service checkout, or I actively say hello to people when I walk past them. That sort of thing. I tried to be a little bit social, even if I don't really want to, because the worst that's going to happen is they're going to ignore you, and then at least you made the effort to be better. Oh, go up on that bloody duplex, you twonk. There we are. Well done. Right, that's done and that's done. That one's off. And there we go. You have great news, right? What's the great news, man? Sorry, I'm playing with buckets. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I proposed to my girl who is pregnant with our first baby. Dude, congratulations. That's a lot of an undertaking. Prepare yourself for... I mean, I'm hoping you get lucky with the whole baby thing, because kids are time consuming. So I hope that you have one of those babies that sleeps, because you got lucky then if that happens. One of our kids decided that life was like worth living, and decided that every 2 hours he was going to wake up, and we did that. I'm still doing it now. But yeah. I hope your child sleeps. That's all I can say. So which drugs did you use to get your wife? your future wife, sorry. That's all shaky. Oh no, there's a difference between your friends' kids and your kids. I've babysitted people's children in the past when I was living next door to a younger family, and when I was in my 20s, I did babysitting for next door. Right, her kids at the time were like 8 and 5, so they're about what my kids are now. Babysitting someone else's kids is completely different to having your own, because with the ones that you're going to babysit, they carry on. They go to bed when they're told to, because you're a different authority. When you are the father or the mother of your own children, it's a completely different, horrible time. My children will be raised as respectable. That's what I said. Do you want to know what my kids do now? Like, they throw a tantrum at me if I wake them up. If they wake me up at 6:30 in the morning, they throw a tantrum at me if I put on the wrong bloody TV channel when they're eating their breakfast. Respectful my kids are to everybody else except me and Kerry. Children, when it comes to having your own kids in your house, they are buttheads. When you're outside, they're perfect. My kids outside this house are little angels. They go around, they talk to everybody, they say hello, they say thank you and please, and they show manners that I wish that they showed in this house. But as soon as they get home, it's Jekyll and Hyde. They are so different when they're at home. And as soon when they're toddlers, you know, and they're learning how to be like, oh yeah, it's amazing. The most romantic thing is I proposed at Disneyland. Oh dear. Okay, well that's fine. The mythical beard of truth. Hey, welcome. How you doing, bud? Congrats on being on the leaderboard, man. I've seen you up there. First time I catch a stream? Hey, it's all good. But yeah, like everybody, I can get on with like other people's kids because they're not mine. And like I said, outside this house, my kids are amazing. You know that they are well behaved. They talk to people. They say please and thank you, and they genuinely just sit there and chit chat with anybody because they're little social amazing butterflies. And then as soon as they're home, it's like World War III every day. every day. And the worst part is my kids are intelligent. You know, they're smart, but they are monsters. Just for example, right? For an example of how much my kids are. Yeah, we'll go into this. So, this morning, right? I got up, and the rule is you don't touch like Kerry's corner because she's got like knitting needles, and you don't touch my corner because of like bits. Okay. So I came in this morning, and Logan had already started turning on my PlayStation and decided that he was going to try and play Rocket League. Now, one rule is you don't turn on anything in the morning because people are asleep. He was doing this at 5 o'clock in the morning, and that is before his clock goes off, and that is before it's the acceptable time to wake up. Especially because we have neighbours downstairs and next to us. We live in a block of flats. So the idea is you wake up at 6:30, most people are about that time, are about awake, and that's a good time. But they don't pay attention to this. Yesterday, Ollie had a meltdown, literal flipping tantrum, sitting in his pants in the kitchen, refusing to get dressed because I gave him a different jumper, and he had a go at me because his cereal was in a different bowl. Because it wasn't the bowl that I gave him yesterday or the day before. I gave him a different bowl that was clean. I put the bowl down. I said, look, there's your breakfast. And he had a tantrum at me. Just because of that. What did he do after that? It was perfectly fine. But for 20 minutes he screamed the house down. But then afterwards he ate it. No other reason for it. Hi, how you doing, Azad, by the way? You normally just watch the replays. Oh, that's cool, man. Thank you very much. Right, anyways, I've got to teleport back to my... Yeah. Right. Shouldn't change my camera. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed babysitting when I was younger because I could tell the kids to go to bed. I'd sit down and eat. I'd watch a film and everything else. And I'd be there for them if they needed me. But when it's your own children, it's a completely different ballgame. It really is. Like, I'm trying to raise them the way that I'd like them to be raised, so they stick up for themselves, they learn right from wrong, and they do know right from wrong. They know how to my kid can, at 5 years old, Oliver can cross the road. Like, that's something that most kids just end up like just running into the road. Ollie now does sort of stop on the curb. He does look both ways, and then he crosses the road. I have to prompt him sometimes because he's still sort of like getting used to it all. Yeah, and then, but I mean that's just little things. Logan's like math smart. He does the times table in his head, so he can give you an answer off the top. He's really intelligent. When we go out and stuff, they're awesome. You know, they'll talk to us properly. They'll do everything. But I don't know. There's just something about it. When they get home, it's almost like they don't act like your children. They act like just demons. And the thing is, it's not just mine. Like, over the road, there's a family that we know, and their kids are basically the same age as mine. So one of them's 5, and the other one is 7 to 8 years old. They're up till 11:30 at night, every night, screaming and shouting. Every night. And then I know there's a couple down the road. Their kids are in bed by 7. They're perfect. They're amazing. But when they're outside the house, they're monsters. So they've got reverse Jekyll and Hyde syndrome, where they're really horrible outside, but not very nice. They're nice on the inside, which is what I'd sort of prefer that in a way. What was the other thing today? Oh yeah, Ollie had a meltdown because we're in Sainsbury's, and I gave him a packet of crisps because we were choosing something for lunch. All that over a pack of hula hoops. And then what did he do afterwards? He was completely fine. Walked around the shop, he was perfect. He throws himself on the floor at every turn he can and just has a go at everything. And unfortunately, if you talk to any person with kids, they probably have stories like this. Every single one of them does. And every single one of them says exactly the same thing when they first started. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to raise my kid to be... Yeah, you can raise them to be respectful and they'll be completely perfect. But they will have these weird, strange meltdowns. They'll have like real big temper tantrums. They'll scream the house down over just something minute. And it will happen to every single person in the world. And you can't do anything about it. And that's the worst part. I hope it goes well for you. I really do. But after having 2 kids like through ourselves and dealing with everything I've dealt with constantly, yeah, it's more of a challenge than sometimes it works out to be. Not all children are the same though. Some can be amazing, some can be horrible, but they all grow up in their own special way. Some of them more special than others. No, so the thing is it's not an autism thing. It's basically where he just gets over emotional too quickly. It's basically an emotional overload. He's asserting his dominance because his brother is a couple of years older. He's trying to basically force that assertion, and I've seen it happen with like other kids as well. So yeah, it's a pain, but it's livable. The thing is it's just sort of him. Genuinely, he's completely fine most of the time. It's just when he gets tired, and that is because his brother don't let him sleep, and he gets woken up at 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning, and he's 5 years old. Whereas you should be, you need 12 hours sleep, but his brother doesn't let him sleep. So yeah, it's just stupid. Anyway, what am I digging? That should be fun. I'm off now. I'm going to sleep myself. So the thing is Logan did the same. Logan's done the same in the past. Logan used to throw tantrums for random stuff. That he at one point he wasn't able to like verbally sort of like tell people what was going on, so he would get really over emotional. Logan does the same thing. The thing is now he's able to like actually talk to you, so he does sort of get it. Ollie basically has too much going on in his head to sort of like push out. He can't vocalize what's wrong with him. But as soon as he gets a little bit older, he will, and he'll do exactly the same as Logan did. Logan basically got to a point that he was able to sit there and go, "Look, Daddy, I'm not very happy," or "I'm very angry right now." Ollie doesn't have those words in his vocabulary right now, so he's just boisterous. I think that's the best way to say it. And the thing is, if it was anything to do with, I know it sounds bad, if it was anything to do with like autism or being on a spectrum or anything, it would have been pulled up in primary school, like preschool, sorry. Because the preschool that we have around here, they pick up on it so fast. And the only thing that I've had problems with was Logan was sort of non-verbal for a little bit. He was making noises and stuff, but he was genuinely just like, he wasn't able to string sentences together. And then all of a sudden, like he had a really, really crappy night's sleep once. He had night terrors and everything else. Woke up the next day, he was stringing sentences together. So I still can't explain what happened. It's just one of those things. So yeah, I just sort of I just went with it. But they're really, really good at picking up on like anything down there. They're a really good preschool. The only other problem that Ollie had, it was when he was young. Like I would say young, he's 5, but when he was like 2 and 3, it was COVID. So it's more of a sort of, it's almost like a social behaviour that's like, it just needs sort of like sorting out in him, because for a couple of years he didn't have any interaction with any other kid. It was literally just Logan, me and his mum, which that was part of the problem. It's almost like a PTSD sort of thing. We'll figure it out as we go though. He'll be alright soon. But yeah, he's what's known as a COVID kid. It seems to happen quite a lot. Like some of the kids we've seen go through the primary school right now, some of them have got a sort of, it's almost like an aggressive streak. There's a couple of them, and none of them have been diagnosed with anything, but they all come through that same sort of timeline where they were all locked up, for like a couple of years. And when you're locked up for a couple of years, you're either you're gonna have like some sort of social anxiety or some sort of social problem, because for a couple of years of your life you never had an interaction with anything else outside of four walls. So it is just I'm putting it down to just that one thing, really. It's an interesting conversation. Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple of kids in that year group, and they seem to have the same sort of issue, where they get quite aggressive quite quickly. They're not diagnosed with anything, but it does just seem to be that there's little, almost like social triggers, and that's all I can really put it down to, because it's the same thing happening to other kids in that year group. The ones that have got the ones that were seen by Senko, which are basically the special needs people, these are the kids with autism and other bits and pieces. The kids that have got these issues, like the whole like aggressive streak, or they argue with stuff, and they're just having a few issues like socially, they're not autistic. They're literally just got something clicking, and it's not clicking right, and this is because of a social, I'd say it's a social deformity. And I would say I'd probably post most of the blame on being locked up for a couple of years under COVID regulations, which I think this was part of the problem with like what I had with it, where we didn't know what was going to happen to this generation, where you're locked up for a couple of years. How is it going to affect like social development? How is that going to affect the mindset? How is that going to affect just anything in general? And I think with Ollie and a few other kids in that year group, this is the downside to it. We didn't know it was going to happen until it starts happening, and then you realise that it's actually happening more, and it all comes down to just one thing, unfortunately. It's the one thing that I blame it for, at least. When I was like 6, I went round to my friend's house, and this day I remember him screaming at his dad, "Don't delete my horrid Henrys." That's just that's almost like an OCD. It's like an obsessiveness. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to listen to people's like conversations on that, because seeing it from where I see it and what I see around me, I can only sort of like sum it into one thing. Someone's in the toilet. But yeah, it's one of those conversations I actually don't mind having, because it's always good to hear like different perspectives of how it may affect other people. I would say like Logan was probably easier to get like to deal with it. Mainly the reason because he was a bit older, he was able to actually like voice his concern, like voice what he was going through and talking about, and so on and so forth. Ollie couldn't, because he wasn't allowed to go outside. He wasn't allowed to do this. He wasn't allowed to go off and like play with his friends. Like, he was lucky that when he was young, he wasn't in preschool. So when he went to preschool, he was like, going into his like 3s and 4s instead of like where he was years before it, which was COVID lockdown, which sucked. He wasn't able to develop with other like preschoolers. So when Logan was a baby, we put him through like, he was in like child development stuff. So we were able to go down to a kids centre, and actually he had other interactions with other babies because he was a baby himself. So he grew up, he had people around him all the time. And then when lockdown happened and Ollie was we went from being able to go to like the kids centre with him to basically nothing. So Ollie was tiny, not being able to talk to anybody his age, and he basically just bumbled by. And that was I would say that was the problem. He didn't have that interaction with like any kids his age until he was 3-4 years old. And most of the other time we were stuck inside looking out the window going, yeah, we can't go out. We weren't even allowed to go into our garden. And I think this is where some people don't understand like what it was like for people in like flats. So if you went onto social media, people are like, oh, I'm in my garden, my neighbours are on the other side, so I can't go and talk to them. But look at me in my garden. Celebrities were like, oh, that's all right. All you have to do is you could go out into your garden. You could go off and do this. We don't have a garden. And, well, we do. But in order to get to our garden, we have to go down our stairs, out to the front of the house where anybody else could be, go round the back of the house, past somebody else's windows and everything else, and then we could be in our little garden, which is a 7-foot wide strip by 66 feet. That's our garden. Now the problem with this is both sides of my little fence are other families with other kids. So we weren't allowed to go into our own garden because other people were out in their gardens. So every other person was out and then everybody else would be out. But to get out is downstairs. Weren't allowed to go to the parks because you weren't allowed to socialise. The only time I left this house was to pull the shopping in, because we had to have home deliveries, so that all had to be left on our doorstep, and then the driver would go away and then we could pick up our food. So you're not even allowed to talk to the delivery driver. And then the only time I went outside this house during COVID times was to go and make sure the car worked. So at 11 o'clock, I went out at 10:30, 11 o'clock every Sunday night, and I'd sit in the car, turn it on, and listen to some music in the car. And then I'd run the car for a bit, and then it was fine. And then I walked back inside. Ollie never went outside for nearly 2 years. And nor did Logan. Because we weren't allowed. So living in a house is completely fine. Living in a flat, we didn't get to go outside. We were basically in a prison for 2 years. And the only time that Kerry left this house was at the same time she was going through chemo, and so she had to have blood tests, so she had to go to the doctors. She was the only person who actually left this house for the whole 2 years, unless I had to go and pick her up. And even then, had to take the kids with me. All the windows had to be closed when we got near a hospital, and you weren't allowed to talk. You weren't allowed to talk to anybody, just in case. So yeah, for 2 years, Ollie and Logan basically had no social interaction with anybody. Yeah. The hose is gone, that's why I'm having a problem. And that's the reason why I think Ollie's got he's got social issues. And it's the only thing that makes any sense. But we'll get through it. It just means we have to. I think the tantrums are partially because of that. So it's just one of those things. We just have to deal with it. Thankfully, I bought a second one of this. That was the day I developed trust issues. Yeah, probably. And that's the other thing. Like, psychologically, we have no idea. It's starting to come up now more, but I would say psychologically, you have no idea how COVID's affected people. Like, for me, I just sort of gave up. More about, like, when it comes to, like, I gave up on sort of doing anything else. So COVID was sort of like that was one of the last times I played baseball properly because everything shut down. I couldn't go back to it. My team moved and everything, so I lost out on that. You lost out on a lot of social stuff, and I think that's what, unfortunately, that's how like humans are. Even if we don't admit it, we do still like to actually talk to people. And my tolerance for people went down. And the reason why is because I spent 2 years inside not doing a lot. So when I go into a crowded place now, I get more frustrated with people. I get more annoyed with larger groups. It's not the fact I don't like being there, it's the fact that everybody else annoys me, because I think it's a click from when I went through COVID. COVID screwed up your nan's hip. Okay. I've never heard anything like that before. Hey buddy, how you doing? Mark, I'm doing good, man. Thank you very much for kicking by. I want to do one more cleanup before I go off, so I'm just trying to get this done as quickly as possible. So tomorrow, I got a couple hours before I'm going out tomorrow, so I'll probably finish off these 4 squares, and then yeah, I'm hoping to be on like Nighthawk tomorrow. I need to finish these off because this is like the richer stuff. It's the rich gold, man. Apart from that, I'm alright. Basically, she started to get hip problems because she couldn't get enough exercise. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, that's another thing. So yeah, all of these little tiny things, your powers have become pretty steely. Kisa Sows. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're awesome pals. I get it now, don't worry. It's getting late. Yeah, so it's the same. I mean, for Kerry, her mobility got shot during COVID after like all the stuff that she went through as well. It just didn't work out great. You know, you can't. I mean, if you go through like chemo and stuff, the idea is to try and keep you moving. You know, because you got to get your joints working again and so on and so forth. We were stuck inside. Kerry couldn't go out. She's suffering from it now. It's part of the downgrades of like going through chemo. It's a little funny to me to hear people experience as a lockdown during COVID because yeah. The thing is, man, that's your life, unfortunately. That's just and you've made the best of a bad situation and you keep yourself going. But I would say that for me, it's the tolerance of people. Like, I mean, Terrence is saying the same thing. I can agree with the shorter tolerance for people post-COVID. Perfectly normal things people do. Yeah, exactly. It's like road rage, but in real life, like with people. Yeah, I get it. Like, so for me, like I said, I mean, coming from a social like sort of person. So obviously, I mean, I was a DJ for years. I went out socially. I talked to loads of people. I didn't have a problem with them at all. But 2 years being sort of locked up, and like I said, we live in a flat, so we couldn't go out into our garden and have a conversation with our neighbours. We weren't allowed. So living in a flat means I couldn't go out, couldn't do nothing. And it's sort of, you sit there and just go, right, and that was it. And it's like when people get pissed off with you if you're a loud chewer, and you go, and then you get people looking at you and just go, look, I mean, that's starting to annoy me now. That's me walking through town to everyone. And I liked people. COVID closed down also made me less accepted with other people. Yeah. And that's because you've probably got traits they picked up on that they didn't pick up on before. So it all comes down to a social skill. So unfortunately, the whole lockdown thing was just, I think it's affected humanity more than some people really understand. And that's just coming from a me point of view. When you start looking at other people's like mentalities of how they dealt with stuff and everything, it's hard to deal with. People just generally got to a point where they just couldn't cope anymore. I mean, I know that going through COVID for me, the negatives for me were like people annoy me a bit more, and my temper got the best of me at some points. If I'm gonna be honest, and it's still there now, but it's more controlled than it was during COVID, because COVID brought out the worst in me. During COVID, I grabbed a ladder and spent most days talking with my neighbour and playing catch over a fence. Well, that's bad. You weren't viewing social distancing. Unless you were without 6 feet. No, I'd say that some of the worst things for me were literally comes down to being locked up in a house a flat. We don't live in a house; we live in a flat. Being locked up in a flat for 2 years, and every day my kids basically screaming and shouting and hollering, and that is, I would say, probably the main trigger of like Ollie's like outbursts, and the reason why it continues is because that was him during COVID. Oh, I need to do one more. Come on, dig. How much dirt can there be in this small hole? Lots. It's not a very small hole though. Do you ever go back and visit your old games? Not really. I don't really own them either. Lawnmower Sim? No, not so much. Gas Station? Nope. And Car Mechanic Simulator? I can't. So Car Mechanic Simulator for me is an oddity. Well, it's not an oddity. I burnt myself out. I can't go back to that one. I'll play, if there's another one coming out at some point, I might get around to playing that one. But 2023 and 18, I can't do. Like, my brain just goes, nope, not gonna happen. It's It's just me, unfortunately, on that side. Right, I'm parking my truck here, and I'm going to take these 2 squares in front of the richest, so we should be alright. Let me just pop this here. Done. How do ore veins work in Hydroneer? Can they be different sizes? Yeah, they can be different sizes. They can be tiny, they can be big. And basically what happens is you bung a drill in the vein, put some dirt underneath it, obviously. And then with that, you'll be able to mine more of that material that it's glowing. So if it's blue, it's shards. If it's gold, guess what? It's gold. If it's sort of a reddy colour, then it's core stone. And if it's like iron coloured, then it's iron. You know, you get the gist. Basically, you'll just get more of that element. So if you find one with core stone, that's a good one. Right. 53%, add 40. So this will be, well, I mean, add 38. Because it's not quite 40. So with this 50, 60, 70, 80, we might be short by about 4 ounces, which is going to suck. Well, 4%. So if I'm short, then I have to carry, and then I have to do it, unfortunately. A lot of these small games are better than AAA, more heart in. Yeah. That's why I play indies, or at least AA. I would say like something like Gold Rush is a AA game. It's not a AAA. So obviously it had a little bit more of a budget. It's a more sort of like solid, put together loop of a game. There's a lot more in it, and then unfortunately, obviously new studio, but it feels like a slightly higher budget game. When it comes to like Hydroneer, I would say, with the DLC for Hydroneer coming out, I would say that Hydroneer is working its way into a AA title instead of a single A. So it's less of an indie title, it's more sort of like going up. But then I've played sim games that are just atrocious. That would basically, you wouldn't ever be able to get them out of the single A title area. I would also go back to Last Epoch to play it at launch. Yeah, and I've seen Last Epoch. It's not my sort of game, but I'm not going to say anything negative about it. It looks alright. Asmongold seems very, very, like, sort of happy about it. It's always a plus side. If you got, I know sometimes you can be a bit of a douchebag, but like sometimes, you know, everyone's a douchebag, and his takes on certain things are his own responsibility and his own opinion. But if someone of that sort of caliber is getting excited for a certain game, then there's got to be something good about it. So I'm all right with it. Yeah, I know people don't like Asmongold. It doesn't bother me. I'll listen to the people I listen to, you listen to who you listen to, and the world is a better place. Screw AAA, indies are fantastic games for fantastic prices, made by fantastic people who care about their games. Yeah, really do. I don't always agree with him, but then again, I don't always agree with myself. Yeah, the thing is what you have to take into consideration is that he is just one person with an opinion of his own making. And when people plaster it all over like social media, oh, Asmongold's take on this is stupid, blah 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 blah. Yeah, but you were praising him last week when he was talking about something that you supported. So it's the same as me. It's the same as everybody. I've got my own views on stuff. You have your own views on stuff. At some point, we're going to butt heads. Something you like, I might dislike, and then I'm going to say I don't like it, and you're going to go, well, I feel offended by this. And you could say something, I could go, well, I don't agree with that, and then we have a fight. That's just how humans are. The way that we're built is for conflict. We're built for conflict and resolve those conflicts by doing certain things. That's just life. You just have to deal with it and carry on. It just seems to be some people don't understand that. And as soon as somebody has a take of something that they don't agree with, apparently social media must get involved and everybody must have a go at that one person. So I just don't get it. Okay, I've got 9% to do before I can do a cleanup. Okay. I need to do 2 more buckets of flipping dirt then. Well, 2 more truckfuls. Right, I'll start here. Yeah, so the provision of gold's not going to be as much, which is fine. And we're 1 day till summer. When it comes to people watching who they want, the problem is that the people get into to watch. I like to watch Council, Piers Morgan, Andrew Tate, and the list goes on. So I watch Piers Morgan because he's not afraid to do. He's not afraid of those interviews that people don't want to do. I'm going to be honest. I'm 47 minutes into the Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin interview. I'm going to be honest. It's a really interesting load of like crapola he's talking. It's really good. I know some people don't like it because they think it's going to interrupt with legacy media. I like the idea of disruption, so this is going to be good. And giving somebody a voice like Vladimir Putin, who for the longest time has basically just been the madman of Russia, when you actually listen to him, I know he's ex-KGB, and I know he's been trained in certain ways of like persuasive talking, but the first conversation that he had with Tucker Carlson, it took him half an hour to finish his answer because he was talking about the history of Russia and why Ukraine is a thing in the first place. I'm like, no other political leader in the world has ever done this. They've never sat there and just gone, well, you know, we're going to have a fight about Scotland because of this. It's like, well, no, there's always a reason. Vladimir Putin's reason for Ukraine going to war with him all comes down to the border issues that Ukraine has always had, and NATO pushing for the 6 or 7 attempts to get closer and closer to Russia's borders. And I'm like, it actually starts to make a little bit more sense now, the reason why a fight started. But yeah, if you listen to the way that he talks, I mean, obviously you have to listen through the translator, but it starts to make a bit more sense because Russia have been ousted from like most world political stuff since like George W. Bush, when they were doing missile testing. Not Russia, when America were doing missile testing. But yeah, you go and watch the interview if you really want. I will finish the interview, it's 2 hours long. I don't even think Tucker Carlson was expecting a 2 hour long interview with Vladimir Putin. But genuinely, I'm not going to be a sympathizer or anything, but if you listen to the way he talks about what he's actually going on about, he doesn't seem like a crazy whack job. He's actually fairly level-headed, and I know the press are like hyping him up to be like, oh, he looked uncomfortable, he didn't look very well, and so on and so forth. They said the same thing about Donald Trump when he was doing a speech in 104 degree heat in a conference room with no like aircon. So just go with your own flow on this. Go and watch the interview and make your own decisions. That's all it is. You make your own assertions and decisions of everything that you believe and you watch. If you don't think that Vladimir Putin was being honest in that interview, that's your opinion, and that's okay. You're allowed to have your own opinion. But the more and more I see, like, if you have you guys ever seen the montage of the news people talking about their sponsor and the growing concern of like misinformation on social media? Because if you haven't seen that, go and watch it, and then you start to question the media's motives. And unfortunately, I am one of those people now. I take everything that I get shown on TV with a grain of salt, and I'm like, yeah, okay, and then start reading into it yourself. And there's a really cool website called Grounded, and if you want to see like a nice big broad like open of news, and you want to see who wrote it and which way they swing, like left or right, or if they're Republican or anything Democrat, they're one of the best things you could do, because you actually see who's writing about certain things and which political view that those newspapers actually support. And I sat there and just went, this is actually really good. It's amazing. I'm just going to rinse this through. Now this should be quite rich, considering where I'm getting this from. Just gotta wait for that to get to 100. My school seems to be pushing the message that men are bad, and at the moment, several times a day. Welcome to the female patriarchy. Well, no, that's what he's saying. He's saying that's being promoted in the school. Yeah, unfortunately, Ben, that is the message. Now, if you want to do some research into the message, you'll go down a little you'll go down a rabbit hole of basically what all of this crap is. Welcome to 21st century politics in schools, by the way. And unfortunately, this is the sort of stuff that now seems to be normality. Can you clip the mats from under the box after you remove the grates? Don't know. I don't think so. I still haven't checked the person who was coming into work, so I'm gonna have to check that before I go off. I want to get this cleanup done, and then this base, and then we're done for today. Oh, you can on console. That means they never fixed the bug. Jonathan V, thank you very much for subscribing. Most appreciated to have you here. Boom to you. And that's if you're watching. If you're not watching, then you don't know I'm talking to you. Very sorry. How you doing, Justin? The Dirt Mover Simulator. Yeah, that's basically this game. I left my bloody generator going again. I need to go and fill this up quick. I keep leaving it running. Badonk redeemed quote from a TV show. It's way too early. It's way too late for this. No, I've done all those. There you go, if you heard that. After a certain point, my brain just does not compute anymore. Gravity didn't spill your fuel. No, I left it on. Right. Let me disconnect this pipe. And then I need to turn on the pump. And the nuggeter, and then we can finish this off for today. Boff. So, the little hack for super jumping. Put your gold nuggeter at the bottom of your duplex jig and jump, and you'll clear this every time, which saves that precious second or two when you're walking. No, put that back in, donut. Well done. I need that one. There. It's strange that my school seems to be pushing white men in particular. That's because that's the message. So I know this is going to sound like proper like conspiracy theory stuff and propaganda, but seriously, go onto YouTube and type in the message, right? And it's the same rhetoric crap that they keep spewing into TV shows and movies and everything else. It's the same crap. White man bad, constantly. We're the evil ones now. We are the prime evil, according to everybody else now. That's just it. If you don't like it, don't be white, apparently. But yeah, it's everywhere, and it's the reason why TV shows are getting worse, because they're following a political agenda. It's the why movies are basically failing, because they're following a political agenda. It's the reason why comic books are even failing, because they're following a political agenda. They're following the message, and the message is you're not allowed to be white, you're not allowed to be straight, and you're not allowed to be like normal. You have to be part of a segregated group of people that want inclusivity of everything, which makes the world less inclusive. Welcome to the 21st century. Yep. Yeah, it's your fault. It sucks, basically. And I know people don't like it. Why would I stay off the subject? Why should I stay off the subject? The reason why people stay off this subject is because once you start questioning one thing, you start questioning everything else. So to put this into perspective, you're going to start questioning the fact that why is it white men that are being targeted now? Well, it's not just white men that's being targeted. You're basically a white straight male. That's why you're being targeted, that you're bad because you're a white straight male. You are the epitome of evil, according to all these other little segregated minorities. Welcome to me. I'm a white straight male. I'm hated by most of these other little tiny groups, because that's the life. That's the message. This is the thing. This is the reason why people don't talk about it like live on stuff, because it causes a flipping stink. Really does. I mean, So yeah, if you want to see somebody almost being cancelled for standing up against this sort of like rhetoric, go and check out Nerdrotic. Daniel Crespin, welcome to the live stream. How you doing, bud? Go and check out Nerdrotic, and then see all the crap that he went through when he started questioning it, and then you'll start seeing the downsides to questioning the message, basically. And they tried to dox him as well. They got his address from like 15 years ago. And he said, even though that's my ex-wife's house, please just don't go near it. You know, that she doesn't need this. Questioning what? It's a long thing. So, to put this into perspective, I'll bring you up. So, a person in YouTube chat, in his school, he's a 13-year-old child, and he's basically saying that the school is starting to push that white men, in particular, are bad for society. So this is the message. You just finished an 11-hour and 32-minute stream. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. Yeah, so now you're going, oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Even women questioning feminism gets cancelled. Yeah, exactly. There's a podcast called Whatever. Go and check that out. That's a fun one to watch. Basically, it's a lot of like feminists, and I'm saying that with like inverted commas. They get questioned of why they believe they're feminists and what they stand up for, and so on and so forth. Most of the time, they don't understand what they're standing up for. White men invented almost everything. Yeah, I think air conditioning was invented by a black man though, and that was like that's an almighty thing for like loads of people. So fair play to them. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I had a bugged de-rocker. Oh, that sucks. I had a bugged generator. I wasn't able to fill that up. I literally had to unplug it, get rid of it all, and then reload the complete save and then do it again. There you go. If YouTubers are strict about the content on live streams and chats, Isaac Butterfield would no longer. Oh no, they've tried to cancel Isaac Butterfield in the past as well. He's stood up and just gone, nah, fuck that. And Isaac swears at everything. Speed, tell him what happened. I'm not allowed to laugh, am I? Right, that one's done 58%. It's fine. Oh, I've only got a few more squares. I'm going to do this the rest of tomorrow because this is like too much for me. Just one of those things. Yeah, the thing is, right, dig dirt. Dig that dirt, nerd. Yep. The D-Rocker. Okay, so what happened on the D-Rocker? I've got a tiny bit of time before I'm going to go off. Well, he said he had a glitched D-Rocker. So I'm interested to find out what the glitch is, because if let's say it happens to somebody else, then I'd rather have it in this chat done that people can go, oh, yeah, that happened to me, or oh crap, I hope that doesn't happen to me. That's all. Sometimes you just get lucky. Actually, I can just run this a bit. We'll plug that in and we'll do the rest of the day. It's fine. It would not clean the rocks. It snapped in place and it tried 5 times. Oh my god. So you had to disconnect it 5 times. That sucked. I'm glad that hasn't happened to me. Like I said, the only thing that's happened to me is I stuck a jerry can on top of the generator and the lid closed on itself and it wouldn't fill up. That's the only thing I've had problems with. I find myself quite lucky now. Oh, I went underground as well. So obviously everyone uses the teleporter thing. You can go from one vehicle to another. I parked my truck just off of where it is now. I switched to the truck and ended up under the map. That was fun. Apart from that, I haven't had any major issues. Even though that would be considered a major issue because I was able to glitch through the game. Which is fun. Right, let me go and park this up and then I'm basically done for now. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. I said I should have started at 6, but yeah. We're waiting for shopping to turn up. So that's all I've got left to dig, by the way. This is basically it for me. And then I'm going to go on to Nighthawk. Because I wanted to start with an actual amount of money. So obviously I know I need to like pay for. I'm going to rent Nighthawk, and then I need the money to drill and so on and so forth. So everyone's going offline. Yeah, it's 12:30 in the morning in the UK here. So I'm going to bed, and then I've got to get up and I've got to deal with my kids at 5. So that's going to be fun. And then we're going to the cinema, and then when I come home, I'll be back on this. Oh no! I thought I loaded. Where am I on the leaderboard? I haven't moved like all day. And 28th. I should be 28th. Oh, I've gone up. I'm 19th. There we go. 19th. Everyone's gone off on you. But yeah, so that's me. Hoppy's up there and Classy Games is up there. I'll start catching up now. Like, so when I finish here tonight, like when I come online tomorrow morning, I'll probably dig out the rest of this whilst I'm waiting for like time to carry on, and then I'll go off and do what I'm doing during the day. Come back in the afternoon, finish off all this, head over to like Nighthawk, and then start drilling, and then I can go from there, and I'll be all right. Hopefully should be above you. Most people will be. It's fine. Anyways, guys, it's been awesome. Thank you very much for popping by on Twitch as well, to the 12 people here. Well done to those 12. And to the 33 that are still kicking about on YouTube. It's most appreciated. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for everything you guys have done, supported and everything else. I will see you all tomorrow at about sort of 6 o'clock-ish, 7, depending on what time I get the kids to bed. And I'll see you all later. I'm going to say peace out, have fun, enjoy everything you guys do. Have a great rest of your day, and have a great rest of your weekend if I don't see you before. Until then, boom! Fist bump to you.